What a finish. What a man.
The drum roll finishes, and the target is hit.
And that was it.
And it comes on finals night, and it's a knockout
Brilliant. Dirty Harrison. Van Velzen.
Great first dart, great second dart.
Is there a parrot in here? Oh, what a shot!
Finds a 5 and now tops for a break of throw, and he does indeed find it.
He finds double 12.
Tops now for Kent, and he finds it and takes the match.
Good morning and welcome back to the Modus Super Series. Day 2 is imminent, and as you've just seen via our opening video package, yesterday wasn't black and white. There are a lot of grey areas, and today I'm sure things will become a little bit more apparent as to who's going to lead the pack going into the last day in Group A. Tomorrow is day 3, today is day 2, and this is still Trina Gulliver, the 10-time world champion, is back. Yesterday was a pretty good day, but there are things to build on for people in this table.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, you've got those that are mid-table that can make a difference today. Yozo had a great day yesterday, a perfect day, and he'll be open to carry that form through for today.
Yeah, the table does reflect a very, very good story. Now, when we're talking about Jamie Hughes, he's obviously got 5 wins out of 5, but he won't feel very comfortable with a 2-point cushion, Trina, because if he was watching last week, he saw Jeff Smith win 5 out of 5 on Monday, but he would win 0 from 5 on Tuesday.
Yeah, he'll be hoping that doesn't happen to him, obviously, today. But yeah, it's not all done and dusted. You know, he's still got a long way to go, and there's people breathing down his neck as well on that table.
And one of those people is Stevie Johnston, but Jamie yesterday did a lot of the good things at just the right time. You can see from this game against Civitan yesterday, he had the opportunity to win, and he just got rid of it immediately.
Yeah, he was on form, and his doubles were great yesterday as well, and faded off a little bit on his doubles towards the end, but to start off with, he had a perfect day.
How impressive was Stevie Johnston in pursuit? He's going to have 8 points in the table coming into today, but I'm sure that he will feel very good about himself, especially after shots like this.
Yeah, I mean, that was a superb shot, wasn't it? And he was in good form yesterday, and yeah, he's going to be a great contender for today, and he'll be looking to pick up some points and hopefully get one over on Jamie, especially today.
If anybody was tuning in for the whole session yesterday, they probably thought, Colin Osborne, 4 points. That doesn't make sense, because initially, when he started the day, he was excellent, and his lowest average going into his 5th game was 89, and he would walk away with only 4 points for the day.
Yeah, it just shows you what can happen, isn't it? And with darts, and his doubles let him down a little bit yesterday, and so going in today, he'll be disappointed with yesterday. So going in today, he'll be looking to put things right.
So we'll look at the odds now, and it'll be interesting to see who is favourite. Now, Jamie Hughes, obviously at 8-11 after winning 5 out of 5 yesterday. That's pretty much a given. But can we see any value there? Can someone make a move today?
Well, I think if you're going mid-table there, I think Jack Tweddle didn't have a great day yesterday, but I don't think that will be the same today. I think we'll see a different Jack today, and we'll see him win a lot more games. So I think that's the movement there.
Well, one thing we saw last week was that Jeff Smith was able to win Group A somehow after a very, very tight campaign, and then he would go on to win on Saturday night. He had a bit of a turbulent time over the first 3 days, but when it came to Saturday night, he was supreme. He was the winner, and these are the highlights from Saturday night if you didn't catch them.
Gonna put my head down and go to work, try to play it one leg at a time.
Jeff Smith now for a 4-3 victory, first game against Danny Ayres.
The way I've been playing lately, I can compete with David Evans, like, you know, let's go.
Game shot on the mark.
James Hubbard, 4-2 victor over David Evans.
I'm hoping tonight that it all clicks together into a perfect game.
For the match,
Game
and he
shot on the
finds
mark.
it.
Game shot on the match. Jeff Smith.
Come down again, hopefully win it again.
Gets it, and that sends David Evans through to the semi-finals. And to 4. Treble 14, double 11.
Game shot on the
Finds a 1-2-4
And he takes it with his first start.
still good. 97. Double tops. He loves double tops. He finds double tops. Double tops now to book himself in the finals. Needs double 10. Finds the double 10. Danny Ayres on debut makes the final. Chose to split. Double 4 for the match. And he finally gets
and the winner of the Modus Super Series
over the line.
The silencer, Jeff Smith.
Well, I don't want to go too Canadian, but Jeff Smith last week won Group A, and then he won Week 1A. So here we go with week number 2, and we have a little bit of information coming into today A, because these two are in pursuit. In the table, they both have 4 points, and one of them is about to go to 6. Tuesday is traditionally the same as Saturday in a golf tournament. It is known as moving day. These two have a few years between them, but they both have their own levels of experience. Osborne, the 2-time weekly champion here at the Modus Super Series, and Bradley Roos, the 1-time weekly winner, but has made other Saturday night appearances as well. But only one can prevail in the first game of the day. And Jamie Hughes, who you will see in game number 2, can sit back, relax, and wait to see how close these guys will be after a best-of-7 match.
First leg, it's Bradley to throw first. Game on.
We have a change of referee today. Owen Binks is not in the chair, but he is on the stage. Trina Gulliver, Bradley Roos yesterday lost his first game against Kent Sivertson. At that point, I'm feeling a little bit worried. But fair play to Bradley. By the end of the day, he was a lot more positive than some people thought he could be after his initial start.
Yeah, he was. He got better as the day went on. He narrowly missed out on a 4-3 in his first game. But as the day went on, he really did bring his game to the board.
I was having a chat with Ozzy this morning. I said to him, "You don't look a day over 40. He just laughed. And he said, "I'm nearly 50. I said, "That's why I said that." But if you look at
57.
the way he's aged over the last 10 years, he looks superb for nearly 50. And if anything, his game in as good a shape as it has been in the last 10 years.
140.
And he didn't have a problem when starting yesterday. He was out of the blocks although he lost his first game to Jamie Hughes, he was providing some really good stuff in the first 2 hours.
94.
Yeah, well, he ran into, like you say, Jamie Hughes on his first match, and Jamie was well on form yesterday, winning 5 out of 5.
65. Bradley require
continued
170.
To play very well all through the day. So Colin looking to get off to a better start today.
98. Colin, you require 130.
Getting that first one underneath your belt is always important on any day. Just to give you that little bit of confidence, just to settle yourself back in again, and
56. Bradley, you
then
require
you can
72.
progress from there.
Well, this would be categorised as a steady start if you can take 72 out in 3.
32.
It's a good try.
Colin, you
He
require
made that wire
74.
move.
So 74 for Colin. Double 16 now to take the first leg of this match. Double 8 then.
Game
Finds it with his
shot,
third
the
dart
first leg.
and breaks the
Colin
throw
Osborne.
of Bradley Roos.
He's a little bit more
Second leg
coordinated
is
today as Colin.
to throw first. Game on.
Yesterday, red stems, red flights. Today, the red shirt. And it looks like they've both gone for black and red, so somebody got the memo.
What colours did Yozza play in yesterday?
45.
Red. That's what they're thinking. Red's the colour.
I wouldn't say that to a Tottenham fan tomorrow.
57.
In fact, I wouldn't say that to a Man City fan today. It's going to be a furious sporting week. It's going to be Modus Super Series action here as we crown a Week 2 champion on Saturday night.
60.
Champions League places will be solidified by the end of the week. And European competition tomorrow for Manchester United and Tottenham. Which side of the fence are you on there, Trina?
57.
Who is it? Man United and Tottenham?
Tottenham, yeah.
Man United.
Which means I'm going for Tottenham.
100.
I'm not sure who Bradley Roos follows in the Eredivisie. But boy, did that have a really strange climax at the weekend.
100.
With PSV. My word, the process they had to go through over the last 10 minutes. It's a bit like being here on a Saturday night. You saw highlights of Jeff Smith and Danny Ayres. Imagine the emotional swings they went through over the last 10 minutes of Saturday night.
The only difference being is that's as a team. Excuse me. This, you're all up there on your own.
140.
You're all on there. You're on your lonesome.
Yeah, it's a bit like a Patti LaBelle and Michael McDonald song. You're on your own. Well, there's a reference you didn't think you'd hear today.
That's going back a bit as well, isn't it?
125. Bradley record 147.
And finds a treble 20 with his second dart.
97. Colin, you require
Gives
71.
himself 50. Should he get the chance? So Colin here for 71.
It's a hurdle shot for tops.
31.
This time he's too
Bradley
far over the
require
fence.
50.
This guy decides to go the 18s route. Double 16. Oh, and he goes, just
34.
over pitches it. Goes into the
Colin, you
double 8.
require
He had the right idea there. He was trying to hurdle that first dart.
Game shot.
It
the
hasn't
second
worked,
leg.
and he has paid the
Colin
penalty.
Osborne.
Now, Roos did get the victory against Osborne yesterday by 4 legs to 2.
Leg it's Bradley to throw first.
There were lots of
Game.
doubles in that match. 28 attempts. Roos hit 4. Osborne hit 2.
96.
So no prizes for guessing why that game was won by Bradley. He was just able to find more doubles because the averages weren't that different. Both around the
58.
83 mark.
57.
Speaking of colours, Trina, do you have a lucky colour or an unlucky colour? Is there something that you would never wear colour-wise or purposefully wear because of a colour?
85.
Well, I'd never wear some of the shirts I used to wear. I do like the colour blue. I know
59.
there are your favourites, I think. Whether they're the same style or, you know, like Colin had yesterday, he had blue stars on his shirt. I think you do tend to have a favourite. It's like at the moment, my shirts, I have a black one and a grey one, and I tend to prefer the grey one to the black.
136.
I think every dart player should have a home shirt and an away shirt. That's the way it used to be in PDC darts, because the higher ranked player
58.
would have the colour of choice. Remember when Gary Anderson used to wear a blue shirt? And I'm talking about a royal blue. Why? Because he wasn't able to wear black because the higher ranked player could.
140.
That's how it used to be. And these days, they don't enforce that rule anymore.
No, I wasn't aware of that rule. Learn something new every day.
Yeah, you could turn up
140.
to a PDC event years ago
Got
with a
in
black
the
shirt
require
on. And if
82.
you're playing Adrian Lewis and he's in black, you'd have to change. And if you didn't have one, you're on a sticky wicket, just like Bradley Ruse,
62.
who really needs to take this 91 out.
191.
So treble 17 is the target.
Well, as creative as Bradley can be, I am
51.
amazed
Colin require.
that he didn't go for
20.
double 17 tops.
Game shot.
3-0 down is not a good spot to be in.
Osborne.
And he may just be about to lose his first round match again today.
Full flag
Osborne
against Colin
in
to
a bit
throw
of dreamland
first.
here.
Game on.
And he's going to have a dream day if he wants to knock on the door of Jamie Hughes when it comes to around about 2 o'clock this afternoon.
3 from 6.
140.
Colin at the moment.
Average
Averaging just over 88.
Yeah, steady display.
96.
The reason I mention colours is because what Bradley's got at the top of his setup there, the purple flights, I don't like purple for many reasons. But it all stems from a World Championship match against Peter Wright.
57.
I can genuinely say that when that match was over, a match I lost, I took that shirt off and said I would never wear it again.
100.
I ended up giving it to someone who lives 11,000 miles away, and I said, go as far away from me as possible. And the fact that the Baltimore Ravens are a purple team, and I don't like them. So it's a somewhat tribalistic point of view.
Well, I quite like the colour purple, to be fair.
The flights of the movie.
44.
The flights.
I think The Colour Purple was an Oscar-winning film, wasn't it? Well, this is a really good spot. This is not a good visit so far for Colin. He's just trying to assess the situation, which I think is a really good move.
45.
Well, he does leave himself a finish. And Bradley's really got to find a big score here. Needs a treble.
57.
He can't find it.
Colin require 120.
So Colin got 6 starts at this should he need it.
This is not that dissimilar to yesterday's first round performance from Bradley.
60.
So they are playing to type based on round 1 statistics. And if you put them together, there's only one winner, and that's Osborne. He should be going for treble 8 now.
140.
Because he wants to lead tops.
64.
For the ideal start, it is tops he needs.
Game
Beautiful.
shot and the match.
That's clinical.
Colin Osborne.
And a very, very commanding 4-0 victory with a steady display in pretty much every facet of his game. He didn't get a maximum. He didn't need to get one. It's as simple as that. 4 out of 7 on the doubles is much better than the game he had with Bradley Roos yesterday. He's pretty much 50% better in all facets. He wins by 4 legs to 0 before we see Jamie Hughes against Tweddle.
$54. Charlie McGuire, 164. $44. $32. Charlie required 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls of this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
required
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
It's a moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the
81.
stage,
Charlie
approaching the
required
Yoki with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think
require
he's gone to
118.
bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust, and
39.
on that situation there, George Scaife wasn't even
9.
able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire
require
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Go!
Couldn't get the job
Yes,
done.
Got in the match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Scaife.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Scaife!
A very warm welcome back. It's Tuesday morning and it is game number 2 imminent right now. In our first game, both players got the memo because they were wearing black and red. And it looks like these two have got the memo as well, but a very different memo. Jack Tweddle, 30 years of age from Swindon, where we've seen many a good dart player come from over the years. Up against Jamie Hughes from Tipton. He's 39. Sorry about that, everybody from the West Midlands. But Jamie Hughes really did have a fantastic day yesterday. 5 wins from 5. And if I may, Trina, Jamie didn't just play well yesterday. He looked energised. He looked fresh. He looks like he's a bit slimmer at the minute. Everything looks positive. And if you're a Jamie Hughes fan, you've got license to feel good.
Yeah, excellent
First leg,
day
it's Jack
yesterday.
to throw first.
Did everything right.
Game on.
And yeah, he is looking trim, looking fit, looking clean shaven.
57.
I can't imagine the commitment you have to go through. Not just to shave your face, but shave your head as well.
40.
Many a dart player has done that over the years. Rob Cross, Michael Van Gerwen, Jamie Hughes, and some others. Sometimes you need a buddy.
57.
And a very steady hand, which comes in rather handy in darts, especially when you throw the way that Jamie does, as he aims that point at the target and thrusts his arm towards it.
87.
Yeah, with Jamie having such a great day yesterday, does he go in to today with a little
45.
bit of pressure on him, do you think?
I think if you're leading the table after day one, there is a little bit of pressure to keep it that way. But he's so seasoned.
100.
He's been in many different scenarios, whether it's group phase or knockout darts before. And it's not his first venture here.
40.
The way he is as well, he's quite laid back. I think he'll be okay with it.
Yeah, some may feel the pressure a little bit of being expected
95.
to have another brilliant day. Obviously, it's very unlikely. But, you know,
94.
he can also, to the others, he's also got a target on his back, hasn't he?
If people can take him out today, let's say he were to
81.
win 4 points today like Colin Osborne did yesterday, that gives other people license to get closer, which would make Wednesday even more exciting.
180.
Well, we've had to wait a little bit of time for our first 180 of the day. But does it come too late for Tweddle? He gets a chance.
58. Jack, you're required 28.
So double 14 now for Jack. Oh, that's right on the wire, that. Has to move across. Takes a deflection there.
No score.
And
Jamie, you're
that first
required
dart
40.
didn't help him at all, did it?
Not at all. That was the definition of a blocker.
Game show on the first leg.
Well,
Jamie Hughes.
sometimes you need to have a little bit of luck on your side, and like Jeff Smith said on
Second
Saturday
leg,
night
it's Jamie to
with
throw
Devin
first.
Peterson and Chris
Jamie.
Murphy, sometimes it's better to be lucky than good. But I don't agree with that, Jeff. I think you were good, and maybe you did get a bit of fortune.
140.
Yeah. There is an element of luck in darts. A vast amount of skill, of course. But an element of luck
96.
indeed.
It's an interesting conversation, actually, because speaking to people who don't follow this sport full time, like we do, it may be perceived that this is a sport where there's a great deal of luck. Well, if that's the case, why do you have 10 world titles?
140.
You must be the luckiest person in the
Oh,
world.
it must be. Wow.
Could you sense the sarcasm?
I hope it was sarcasm.
65.
Yeah, I think there's a little bit of good fortune in this sport, but skill wins. I think it's all about
95.
skill,
Jamie, 116.
execution, and decision making. And right now, Jamie's got a decision to make. The decision has been made for him. With that,
Game show on the
2-0.
second leg. Jamie
Oh,
Hughes.
super darts here from Jamie Hughes. Averaging currently
Third leg, it's
96
Jack to
plus.
throw first. Game on.
Jack at 80. 2 maximums apiece. 1 maximum apiece, sorry. 2-1 then.
180.
Okay then, Jack.
Well, there you go. Just proving that this is live. If Jamie does make Saturday night, and he brings a few people
82.
from the West Midlands down here, I implore the crowd to start saying Hughes.
85.
At the weekend, at the PGA Championship at Quail Hollow in North Carolina, people were shouting woo for Si Woo Kim from Korea. Everybody needs a chant. Let's get behind the players. But when they're throwing, say nothing.
140.
Yeah, best of order.
56.
Required so that the players can produce their best darts for you to watch.
Yeah, this is a venue where you can show your passion for the players, but it's so intimate that if you were to speak during a throw, they would
85.
hear it. And if you've never been here before, it's a very interesting atmosphere. Come and sample it. We're on London Road in Portsmouth.
100.
Go to dartshop.tv to get your tickets. It's only a £5 reservation fee. You'll have a cracking time. And you might see players like Hughes,
70.
maybe Scott Taylor later in the week. He's coming on Thursday. What are we going to see here? Oh, look,
Game
it's
shot
another
number
combination
there.
shot from Jack Tweddle,
Jack Tweddle.
against Jamie Hughes. Because that's what happened yesterday.
Fourth leg is Jamie to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, it was the game where in previous matches for Jack, his doubles deserted him, but when he played Jamie, he had a few combination shots and
140.
his doubles, he started to pin.
Yeah, he took it 100. He took it 78. He's just taken out 80.
140.
You start mastering those shots, your career's going to go a long way. If you think Jack has just been around for the last year or two,
83.
think again. We've been digging quite far into his past. He was there
100.
the first year of the development tour in 2011. Now, just to give you some sort of a lineage as to what has happened in his darting life
134.
and compare it to others of his age. The first time he ever cashed in a development tour event, he got £100 and made the quarterfinals.
44. Jamie required
That tournament was won by
144.
Michael van Gerwen when he beat Michael Smith in the final.
Well, there you go. Well, that's super darts there from Hughes, leaving himself on 16. And looking here like he's going to go in the lead.
140.
But that is
Jamie
pressure.
requires 16.
Applied by Jack. 88 then for Jamie.
Well, that is a horrible blocker this time for Jamie.
No score.
And there's the proof
Jack, it requires
as to what
77.
that blocker can do.
Very similar to what Jack had in the previous leg.
67.
This time the combination is
Jamie
not
requires
unlocked.
16.
Different result is what Hughes is after. Now, that one is far enough away to not block. Maybe that one is. The flight will be covering it.
No score. Jack,
Everything
it
pulled.
requires 10.
So a chance now for Jack to take out his 10. It's a double 2 now. And he
Game
finds it
shot
with his
the
third
fourth
dart
leg.
and levels the match
Jack
at 2
Tweddle.
apiece.
Fifth leg, it's Jack to throw first.
Much
Game
for Jamie to mull. Yesterday he was 3-0 up on Jack. Next thing you know, it was 3-3. Very different dynamic to this game today.
140.
But after being 2 out of 2 on doubles, he's now 2 from 8. After 2 consecutive visits
43.
without a hit. Good standard in this one. Just shy of 90 for both.
140.
And if Jamie loses, it will be yet another week where someone doesn't perfect Group A. One of the only things that has never been done here.
140.
We've had 9 daughters. We've had 170 checkouts.
96.
We've had someone not lose in a week. Derek Coulson and Bo Greaves have gone their campaign in a week undefeated.
48.
But nobody has
Jack,
won
it
15 out of
125.
15 in Group A. Interesting. Tops.
105.
You almost did it the wrong way round.
Jamie really needs to find a maximum here.
140. Jack, you require
Doesn't
20.
quite. So chance now for Jack on double 10. Double 5 then.
10.
And he can't find it, so
Jamie require
Jamie
130.
does get a chance at this 130.
Doubles haven't been great on the whole in this game. But really, this is a great time to find the bullseye. It was right on line.
Jack, you
Just
require
outside.
10.
So an opportunity for Jack to put things right. Double 5. Oh, can he use the barrel? Oh,
No
my
score.
word. How
Jamie
close can
require
you get?
25.
He bent the wire with dart 2, and he bent it again with dart 3.
Game show on
And
the
Jamie
fifth
gets
leg.
revenge on double
Jamie
8.
Hughes.
Yeah, a break back there from Jamie.
Sixth leg is Jamie to throw
So
first.
throw in for the
Game on.
match. And this leg?
It is realistic to think that Tweddle could have won this game by now. And if Hughes does get the victory, he will feel very
57.
fortunate. I had to do a double take this morning when I saw Jamie. I didn't recognise him in a grey shirt.
97.
I just associate him with wearing his Black Country colours.
$140.
It was the beard, really, wasn't it, that threw you? It was nothing to do with the shirt.
92.
It was his facial hair.
I think he looks terrific. I think he looks better without the beard. Some people suit them, some people don't. And I think
140.
Jamie looks better like this.
$56. Jamie record 164.
So 164 then for Jamie. It's on. So treble 18 now. Okay, decides not to go for it. He didn't need to.
Yeah, it's a 50-50 call, isn't it? It very much depends on whether you want to leave double 12 or whether you want to leave double 16.
60.
There is no right or
Jamie
wrong answer
require
there,
64.
but there is here.
Or will he go for the 24?
24 he gets. Does he get 40 more?
24.
Not yet.
What Jack would do for a maximum here. Not to be, though.
58. Jamie require 40.
He's had 11 darts at double in this game.
Good
He only wanted to
shot
throw
and a
12.
match. Jamie Hughes.
It's a very up and down performance on the doubles for Jamie Hughes. In his first couple of successful legs, he didn't miss a double, but then he had a real blue with double 8. And after a few key misses from Jack Tweddle, what we saw was a game turned around. 6 legs completed, a 4-2 scoreline for Jamie Hughes, and in the end, he averaged 91.72 for a 4-2 win. Welcome back, Pluto TV Live and Modus Super Series action, and that is Stevie Johnston. About to take on Norway's Kent Sivertsen, who had a pretty good start yesterday, but after that, things weren't so great for the man with the Superman symbol. Feeling superhuman at times was Kent Sivertsen's opponent. Had a little chat with Kent this morning, a very amiable chap. Slightly older than his opponent from Falkirk, using those chunky stumpy darts. But conflicting opinions of their Monday campaign. Stevie will be very much on board with 8 points from a possible 10, whereas Sivertsen would like to get more than 2 today to gradually improve. But this is a really tough place to start, because when it comes to early morning darts, Johnston is always ready.
47.
Yeah, and he's second in the table at the moment as well. So it is a tough first match for Kent.
100.
He won his first game yesterday against Bradley Roos.
100.
But if we're permitted to say so, I think both players were still a bit cold at this point.
96.
And Sivertsen, to his credit, did get rid of the match pronto in the 7th leg. But after that, he struggled.
81.
Some of his numbers were quite worrying. So maybe he can learn a lot from how he felt on Monday and improve as a result.
81.
Yes, indeed. I spoke to him earlier as well, and he said he felt very nervous yesterday. And
60.
he thought that played a big part. And I said, well, you know, maybe today, now you know what it's all about. You know, you'll settle in a bit
100.
better today. So time will tell. He said he was applauding how professional it is here. A lovely stage, he said.
81.
It's amazing how many people say that when they come here for the first time. Beautiful dart.
99.
And now Sivertsen has a chance to hit what Johnston did yesterday. But that chance is gone.
Yeah, the bullseye was definitely
42. Stephen required 25.
Johnston's favourite yesterday. So double 8 now. Stephen. To take the first leg of the match.
Stephen Johnston.
1-0. And that was break a throw.
Second leg, it's Stephen to throw first. Game on.
We've been talking yesterday that we have international pairs coming back here in August. And we announced Canada,
90.
who will be represented by Jeff Smith and Dawson Marshall. We will announce another nation tomorrow, so hang on for that.
50.
But can you imagine if Johnston was in the Scotland squad and we found a Scottish player called Duncan? They'd be PJ and Duncan.
85.
Oh dear. How do you come up with these things? You worried me.
My mind is a weird place.
41.
But genuinely, if he wins this week, does that then put him in the
60.
fold to potentially be part of the Scotland team?
Well, it could well do, couldn't it?
134.
You know, you've got some great players to choose from, Scotland.
42. $99.
Yeah, I think after the way that Scott Campbell played in that 9-dart shootout and on that finals night,
95. Kent Nimrock 170.
it'll be very difficult to separate John Henderson and Campbell.
45.
But these two could be
Stephen Nimrock
separated by 2
129.
legs if Johnston finds this.
Treble 20 now for the bullseye. His favourite yesterday, not quite
104.
today
Kent
as
Nimrock
of yet.
125.
So 125 now. 60 for tops. For tops to level the match. Oh, what a shot there by
second leg.
Kent Sivertsen.
Kent Sivertsen.
Brilliant shot.
So
Takes a
against Kent to throw
125
first. Game on.
and levels the match at 1 apiece.
Well, that wasn't a super shot. That was a super duper shot.
100.
Well, his name's Kick-Ass, his nickname's Kick-Ass, so is he going to live up to his name today?
Every time that's mentioned, I'm going to start giggling. That is a great nickname.
59.
This is a sport that is littered with bad nicknames. Really, really bad nicknames. But that's a good one.
140.
We need more kick-ass dart players. We need more sweet ferrets.
What?
42.
That's Johan Engström of Sweden.
100.
We need less nicknames with your name and a Y at the end. I've got nothing against Chizzy or Walshy or anything like that, but
140. Stephen, 127.
think of something better.
43. Kent, you require 160.
I'll bring up nicknames again in the next leg because there's a great one has just started coming out recently. Well, there's the 60.
Stephen, you require 84.
And Johnston would love a 60.
Well, it just goes into the treble 1. So we're 81 left. Options there. Goes for the treble 15.
What's he doing? Is he playing trebles?
26. Kent, you
Yeah,
require
treble
100.
1, then treble 2, then treble 3 would keep you through. Oh, hello. Oh, so
60.
close to a double-double
Stephen, you
finish.
require 58.
And a 2-1 lead. And Johnston might just get out of jail.
Game
And
show
does.
the third leg. Stephen Johnston.
That was a weird old leg.
Yeah, and break a throw.
Fourth leg, it's Stephen to throw first.
Just arguing over the water there. Who's is who's?
Game on.
Not another Watergate.
We've got to get monogrammed glasses for these players. See, we don't have a fancy two-table
60.
system here at the Modus Super Series. We still share tables. But yes, nicknames. The best one I've
100.
heard this year. German Eye Candy. That's for new referee Franz Engerer.
Yes, I think you'll find that Laura
100.
Turner's responsible for that one.
Oh, really?
Yeah, she's responsible for that nickname.
97.
Yeah, I gave Laura a nickname as well. I called her the Blonde Bombshell. She didn't like it.
97.
Some nicknames you create yourself, some are given to you.
42.
Some are nice, some are horrid.
85.
Johnston's initials are SJ. I think that's got Spider-Man connotations. Never mind
92.
Superman. Because I think Peter Parker's love interest is called SJ.
You watch too many
99.
films, you
Can you
do.
require
Read too many comic books as
170?
well.
So 170 now. For Kent. Well, just
100.
sets it
Stephen
up.
requires 60.
So pressure on for this 60 to go. Tops then.
Game
And it
show
does
the
so
fourth leg.
with his second
Stephen
dart.
Johnston.
Goes into a 3-1 lead.
Ah, the spidey senses in Johnston are strong.
Fifth leg, it's Kent to throw first. Game on.
And he looks really relaxed. If you were to gauge his body language from here compared to his debut,
61.
night and day. It's like comparing Spider-Man to Venom. Two very different beasts.
100.
He knows this place inside and out now, and that's why he's more dangerous than ever. He may just be the same player,
96.
but the way he conducts himself is very different.
100.
I think he's learned from some of his mistakes as well. He was very outward with his emotions when he first came here. Now he
100.
measures them a lot better.
$55.
Yeah, you get different characters up on the hockey. Some very blasé,
100.
some very laid back, some very animated.
He wants to stay on the 60 here.
60.
It almost paid
Getting
off.
back 144.
Oh, poor dart there from Kent to start the sequence. Another treble here.
140.
Puts this ton in danger.
He almost got it earlier in the game on 2 double tops. This time,
90.
he just misses out on another leg. And that could be that. Johnston taking chances.
Good.
And he takes another one.
Stephen
That is a
Johnston.
valuable victory. He started the day 2 points adrift of Jamie Hughes. Before that game started, he was 4 adrift. But now, courtesy of that 4-1 victory, he really was able to inch closer to Hughes before he plays him a little bit later on today. That's the first round of our games over on Tuesday, and it's pretty much as you were. 4-1 victory for Johnston, keeps him in second position, and when we come back, Hughes will take on Ruse.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yes. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Lewandowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison!
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor!
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler!
Welcome back to the action. It's Tuesday morning and Jamie Hughes is sitting pretty at the top of the table. Even though his 2-point advantage from overnight is still the same by virtue of him winning and Stevie Johnston winning. He has seen Colin Osborne also win in round 1, which means there's a little bit of a gap between second position and the chasing 4 at the bottom. Over the next couple of rounds, we could see a little bit of a crater emerge in this table, and Jamie Hughes would not mind it being big in his favour. He's got Bradley Roos here, who is in the bottom
First
3
leg,
as it
it's
stands.
Jamie to throw first. Game on.
Colin Osborne's got Johnston, and Tweddle has got Sivertson in game 6. Meaning, if Hughes wins this, Osborne beats Johnston.
100.
It doesn't really matter what happens in game 6 to him. But that would be a 4-point cushion for Hughes going into the halfway point of this group. And we've had a change of flights.
60.
From Bradley Roos. He's got rid of the dreaded purple.
He must have heard you.
$55.
He's gone shirt coordinated, I think.
You see something like that, it's usually not an accident. So these young dart players, coordination and what they use is very important to them. I'm trying to think the first dart player that really started to coordinate everything.
81.
It was Eric Bristow.
Oh, with his shirt and his flights.
Yeah, the red and the crafty Cockney flights, it was all part of a brand.
57.
Yeah, and out in this day and age, it's branding everywhere for individuals.
Yeah, how many times can you see
98.
Modus Super Series in the room? It's like a hall of mirrors.
Quite a few times.
It's like Enter the Dragon. It's 1973 again. But I promise you, there's not anybody out there with a metal claw.
67.
Well, Jamie Hughes is trying to wound his opponent, but not physically.
$50.
Well, it goes into a treble 5 there with 2 of his darts moves across to try and rectify it. But only finds a single 20.
Yeah, it seems to be his miss today. Double 8 was missed quite a lot in the previous match. To the left of target. That was left of target, but it was still in. And so is that. Jamie Hughes, even though he's not playing his best today, is still victorious.
Second leg, it's Bradley to throw first. Game on.
He does like that tops, doesn't he? It's fair to say it is his favourite double.
This whole colour thing has got me
96.
thinking. Now, you'll remember the 1980s, Trina, when it
No,
was...
of course I don't.
It was always about Bristow against Lowe. Was it an accident that one of them was red
96.
and one of them was blue? I don't think that's an accident at all.
No, they probably came to that arrangement or agreement. Well, Eric probably told John to play in blue, to be fair.
You think about rivalries like the Manchester Derby, blue against red. Black and white against red and white.
Primary colours, isn't it? Red and black, red and blue.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
You could name a dart player and there's a colour possibly,
83.
that's in inverted commas, possibly associated with them. Dave Chisnell, yellow. Gary Anderson, well, black.
Blue, black.
Yeah.
40.
It's not really associated with him. You don't really have a colour for Phil Taylor. But you do for Eric Bristow and you do for John Lowe. Peter Manley, pink.
60.
Yeah, the flamingo. That all stems from the Flamingo Hotel in Vegas.
133.
That's where he got married to Chrissy, isn't it?
It is. I was best woman. Brilliant day.
Oh, this could be a brilliant shot. Does this leg flamingo out?
73.
Apparently
Jamie
not.
Rook 132.
A chance now for Jamie. Bullseye is the shot. Treble 19.
60. Bradley requires
He's
49.
drifting left of target on a lot of darts today. It is minimal, but noticeable. Well, what's happened there? Well, all is not lost. He's missed his target by about an inch and a bit low. But he can fix it. He can be Bob the Builder.
Game
Yeah.
shot the
He
second
can.
leg. Bradley Ruse.
All is not lost when you've still
The
got
leg
2
is
darts
Jamie
left.
to throw first. Game.
And there you have his reaction.
Yeah, wipe at the brow there. Close call. Well, fair play to him.
58.
A poor dart followed by a perfect dart.
I think a weaker dart player would have gone for single 9 for tops. Because you've already missed the 17.
$58. $43.
I could do with McDonald's now. Is your belly rumbling?
It always is this time of the morning. I'm always hungry for good darts action.
121.
Well, that was a good dart from Bradley. It just got the bad deflection into the 1. But he will feel like he's in this game now. He could have easily been 2-0 down.
81.
In this fixture yesterday, Hughes did win by 4 legs to 2. It was a very good game, with both averaging over 91. And this was the game where Hughes got his first maximum of the day. He'd go on to get 3 more.
Yeah, and Bradley having one of his
55.
own in that match.
It was a weird all day on the maximums for Hughes. In his first 3 games, he didn't get a maximum at all. In his last 2 games, he had 7. So when you look at a stat sheet for the day,
100.
it can tell you a very interesting story. 780s in 5 games. That's pretty good. But when you put it in those terms,
81.
it almost
Bradley
feels
Rook
more
128.
impressive that he had 7 in his last 2 matches.
Yeah, an indication that
88.
his scoring was better.
Or maybe as the
Well-
day went on, he was feeling more comfortable.
Yeah.
Well, don't get one here.
159.
That's what you want.
Bradley requires
Cracking
40.
darts.
It might make no difference.
It might not, as Bradley comes in for tops. Double 10 then. Can he find it with his last dart? He can't.
30.
So opportunity now for Hughes
24.
to take the 24 for a holder throw. Double 6 then.
18.
Not to be. So another
Bradley
chance
require
for
10.
Bradley to take out 10.
Hasn't taken his eyes off that double 5 target the whole time. But now he will.
No score. Jamie require 6.
This is interesting. I think Hughes might split this.
Yeah, I agree. So double 2. That's a bit awkward.
4.
He can't find it either. So that's
Bradley
another
require
chance
10.
for Bradley at 10.
I think all 3 darts there Hughes will be disgusted by. Double 2 this time for
6.
Ruse.
Jamie require.
This game has 2
2.
surnames that rhyme. Hughes and Ruse. But nobody wants to play a song that involves double 1 and double 2. Surely.
Game shot on the third leg. Jamie Hughes.
He gave himself 2 markers. You throw a half-decent dart, that goes in.
First. Game on.
And I wouldn't be flabbergasted to hear from Bradley right now that he is writhing inside after going 2-1 down.
20.
That is a leg that has been let slip.
Yeah, real problem on doubles for both players there.
81.
Bradley 1 out of 9 at the moment and 2 out of 9 for Jamie.
93.
Well, finds treble 18 with his last start. He'll be grateful for that.
I can't believe it's the 20th of May already. Where's this year gone?
60.
That's crazy, isn't it? This guy's just flown by.
I think Old Father Time is definitely making things go faster. And it's been 18 years
100.
since you won the Welsh Open.
Is it?
On this day.
Oh, my word.
You beat Francis Huntelaar in the final. On the same day that Mark Webster won the Welsh Open.
100.
Beating Scott Waits in 2007.
18 years. Wow.
Yeah, some great tournaments have been won on this darting day.
140.
Including Dave Whitcomb beating Dennis Priestley in the 1989 News of the World.
100. Bradley require 140.
We'll dig into that a little bit more later. Right now, this one is at a critical point. Well, don't go anywhere near that one. That's on the floor if you hit that flight.
Oh, he looks like he's going to... Well, he's debating, isn't he?
He's taking a risk. Oh,
60.
go and get it quickly.
Jamie Rock 160.
A chance then for Jamie to take out the 160, but slips into the treble 5. So 85 left.
90. Bradley require 80.
Might need all 3 darts here. It's tricky.
60.
And you can
Jamie
see he had a bit of a
70.
chicane to go through there. And Hughes has been getting a little bit fortunate today with his opponents missing shots.
Double 8 then.
Game shot on the fourth
Takes
leg.
it.
Jamie Hughes.
Leads this match by 3 legs to 1.
Fifth leg against Jamie.
Bradley Roos has had 10 darts at double and hit 1. When Hughes played his first game, Jack Tweddle had 16 darts at double and hit 2. Jamie is, based on points and standard, the best player in this group. But he is getting a little fortunate today.
Yeah, both struggling a little bit with their doubles in this match.
95.
If you're curious, other things that have been won on this darting day, there's some good ones.
140.
Back in 2001, Phil Taylor won the Golden Harvest event in Saskatoon, Saskatchewan, a place that you know well, Trina.
Yes,
140.
And Phil Taylor in that final beat Andy Fordham.
What year was that?
2001.
Maximum there from Hughes.
180.
Leaves himself 41.
Yeah, it looks like he's going to get more points.
137.
And his winning
Jamie
streak
McGuire, 41.
could be stretched to 7. If he finds another single.
Well, slips into the big 14 there. Wanted the 9, obviously, for double 16.
He's just got to keep going south. There's one more. And then keep going south.
30.
But a little bit further left.
Bradley Rock 129.
So a chance now for Bradley at this 129. 19's being the target. So treble 20 now. would have left the bullseye.
44. Jamie.
The first ironic
8.
thumbs up of the week. Here comes double 4. And there is 4 points for the day from his first 2 games. And we can say that Jamie Hughes, once again, is the best player in the group. In this game, it wasn't really about that. It was just about getting the 2 points. 180 in that game, 4 out of 13 on the doubles, an average of just over 80. It was good enough to get the points, and anything else is just a bonus, but he doesn't care. He's 14 points to the good. Tuesday's been a funny old day so far, but Jamie Hughes likes Tuesday very much. 2 games, 2 wins. And the chasing pack, which comprises of these 2 people right now, they're in a bit of trouble. Johnston is 4 points behind, and Osborne is 8 points behind. Meaning they both need the win, but only one person can get the points here. Jamie Hughes in the practice room, I would not be surprised if he goes back there with his feet up saying, right, you guys duke it out. I'm feeling very comfortable at the halfway point. Everybody else, less than comfortable.
First leg, it's
crucial
Collins
game for both
first.
players here.
Game on.
As far as the running pack is. if Stephen gets the points here, he will close the gap slightly
96.
on Jamie Hughes.
Yeah, this is a really interesting point of the day because the only person who's defeated
99.
Johnston is Jamie yesterday in this entire group. If he were to take Osborne out again, like he did yesterday,
60.
he's got Jamie Hughes next in round 3, and if he can then beat Hughes, they will be level.
85.
This is a crucial part of this group. If it doesn't go the way of the Scotsman, or if Osborne doesn't go bananas today and bag all 10 points, Jamie Hughes could be in the wind.
24. $60.
A tentative start from both players.
Yeah, I think that is a very fair assumption. You will
57.
not be happy with how things are going so far.
I don't think they've hit a treble yet. Oh, and in saying that, there Stephen goes.
100.
Yeah, he's on 157 now. Osborne back on 264. Looking for a ton to leave himself a finish. Or something around about that number.
100.
Yeah, that's a little bit better than a ton.
157. $99.
Interesting option.
124.
He had 78 left and went for treble 20.
124. Treble 18. Oh, is that in?
No,
first start was in.
Stephen require 58.
It was right in the corner. Peculiar choice from Johnston.
18.
He left himself 58 when
Well, in the
really he
required
should have left himself on
25.
60 or double 12.
A chance now for Colin to take this 25 out. Well, that's a poor dart. Double 4 then.
17. Stephen require 40.
That was a strange visit from Colin. Well, that's not in, but that is
on the first there.
right over the top
Stephen
without
Johnston.
delay. Osborne fed him that opportunity and he took it.
Stephen to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, breaker throw there as well. Hi, Stephen.
100.
You're going to have bad visits in games. That's part and parcel of the sport. But it's how you move on from them that will define how your game finishes up.
135.
Yeah, absolutely. You can't let the pass throw get under your skin.
135.
Affect the rest of your performance. Just have to try and move on.
Have you ever played in a game where you haven't really found it easy to focus on the job at hand because something else has happened?
140.
Yeah, there's always been something, you know, at some point. There's many I could mention. But it is
81.
how you deal with it at the time and how you progress from there. You know, you can let it rattle you, or you can just have the opinion, well, I can't do anything about that, and just move on.
85.
This is a good bounce back from Osborne. Good scoring performance in this leg.
90. Colin Yevak, 141.
Couple of two treble visits. And two trebles is what he needs right here.
I can't find the first treble. So Stephen will be attempting
90. Stephen
the
Yevak,
95 outshot.
But how? He's a very traditional cat, isn't he?
55.
He's not one for double-double.
51.
If it doesn't call for it. So many youngsters would have gone double 19 twice right there. Osborne looking for tens.
Game
That'll
shot
make
the
him feel
second
better.
leg. Colin
That's an
Osborne.
immediate break back.
Third leg, it's Colin
15
to
dart
throw
leg.
first. Game on.
From Colin.
Yeah, if that leg was a movie, it would be Breakback Mountain. I'm going to get another text off Lorraine Winstanley saying, can you quit it with the
19.
jokes? That's what she was like during Women's Week.
140.
Funny enough, we were talking about on this darting day, and something in relation to Lorraine Winstanley happened in 2012.
41.
Her daughter won the Welsh Open Girls Tournament.
Aha. Juicy.
100.
Osborne's last PDC title came in 2011 in Gladbeck in Germany,
42.
beating James Richardson in the final. He's had a really good career, but
140.
it's testament to him that he's still at this level 14 years later. And he's not even 50.
Yeah, longevity.
99. Stephen, you require 121.
So a chance now for Stephen to break back.
Well, don't mess around with the 60 there. Should go 18s, really.
42.
Maybe we've just seen a little bit of board management, or maybe not enough good stuff right there. He's got plenty of time to work with, admittedly.
135.
But he just looked a little bit lost in that previous shot.
No score.
And he busts the score. Bit fortunate that Colin isn't on an outshot. But he can pressurise it now.
It's not really about
95.
what Colin
Stephen,
does.
79.
It's about how Stevie Johnston feels.
59.
Well, it takes a massive deflection there.
Colin require
Well,
70.
If I may say this, there is no way that Colin Osborne should win this leg. But he might.
88.
54.
He can't find it. So
Stephen
again,
require 20.
Stephen a chance at double 10. Double 5 then. And that's not to be
No
either.
score.
Well, just to paint the picture,
Colin, you
when
require
Stevie Johnston
16.
was on 79 for the first time, Osborne was on 300.
And it's double 16, double 8
Game shot on the third
to
leg.
take out
Colin Osborne.
the leg. And he moves ahead by 2 legs to 1.
Fourth leg, it's Stephen to throw first. Game on.
Scrappy leg that.
I think that leg could have a
26.
profound effect. It might just put Stephen not on the back foot, but on a completely different footing altogether. He may be feeling a
97.
little bit dizzy. Now, in that third leg, for me, he did make a tactical error in going for the 19s
46.
that left 79. He should have gone for the 18s to square the shot up. From there on out, he didn't look comfortable at all.
135.
Well, this is what we were on about earlier. It's about how you overcome these moments.
140.
Not let them affect you in your following leg. And although he had only 26 on his first visit, he has recovered slightly.
59.
There's so many different philosophies about the past and the future. In fact, philosophy
95.
is looking at the past and using lines to learn about how you can use your future. the past is a story. If we learn from that story, we can tell a different one in the future, but you're in control of that.
94.
And Stephen is in control of this game if he can just do the right things at the right times.
37.
And I'm not sure that was one of them.
No, giving Colin the chance. This one's 16. So 16 now. 4 tops for a 3-1 lead. And he finds it.
On the 4th leg.
Moves ahead by 3 legs to 1. And that was a breaker throw, so he'll be throwing for the match in this leg.
If there's one person you don't want to be playing when you feel like a bust balloon, it's Colin Osborne. Because he's been there, he's
29.
done it. And he can play very unsympathetic darts.
100.
You go back to the 2012 Grand Prix. Osborne was playing James Wade, and James was not in a good place. And I'm sure Colin was very aware of this during that match.
100.
He had a job to do. He had to beat James Wade when he was not feeling good. And he did that.
97.
Yeah, it's hard when you know your opponent's not in a good frame of mind, maybe, or whatever the circumstances may be. But when you're up there, you just have to be professional about it and get the job done. And sometimes, when you're playing friends especially,
53.
you know, that's hard to do.
It is hard to do. But this is not a tickling contest. This is darts. It's gladiatorial.
121.
It's all about getting the win. There are no points for second place. It's just like Top Gun.
59.
And it's 71 for a 4-1 victory. This would be brilliant for Osborne and also brilliant for Jamie Hughes. He's on the hurdle shot again. Hurdle the 4. Now hurdle the 1.
31. Stephen Everett, 150.
An outside chance now for Stephen to take out this 152. Well, he needed the second treble.
100. Colin Everett.
Does leave itself a little bit handy if Colin doesn't get this tops, but he does. Takes a 3-4-1 victory over Stephen.
It's beautifully done. The Wizard really did take advantage of what happened in leg 3. It's not a vintage performance, and I think both players will recognise that that was nowhere near as good a game as they had yesterday. But that 3-leg cushion and the win for Osborne, it puts him in touch with Stevie Johnston in the top 3 in the table.
Charlie McGuire, 164. 44. 32. Charlie required 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls at this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
required
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
It's a moment he's been in before, this situation. Standing at the back of the stage,
Charlie,
approaching the
require
jockey with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think
require
he's gone to
118.
bust it, maybe. The first title he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust, and
39.
on that situation there, George Scaife wasn't even
9.
able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie,
Threw the entire
require
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Go!
Couldn't get the job
it.
done.
Got out the match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Scaife.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Scaife!
We're back, and the Modus Super Series, in week number 2 of Series 11, will have its 6th game of Tuesday's action, courtesy of Sivertson and Tweddle. This will have no bearing on the top 3, because these guys are sitting on 2 points in the table, currently occupying the bottom 2 spots. So if you're going to make a charge for a possible Group B campaign over Thursday and Friday, this is where this charge needs to
First
start.
leg, it's Jack to throw first. Game on.
If you are a new viewer to Pluto TV and to the Modus Super Series,
58.
this is how things will work over the next day and a half. These two are 12 points behind the top spot.
100.
And only the number 1 spot in Group A in the first 3 days qualifies for Saturday outright. The remaining 5 players,
42.
depending on league position, will graduate to Thursday and Friday in different groups. The bottom 3
30.
will play in Group C on Thursday afternoon. Positions 2 and 3 will go into Group B.
122.
Now, if these two, Trina, are to get into the top 3, they're going to have to go great guns from now to the very end of
44.
tomorrow.
Yes, they are indeed, and it's not just going to come down to picking up
46.
the actual 2 points. You know, leg difference does make a difference. So as
58.
many legs as they can pick up could determine as to which group they end up in.
41.
Even at this early stage, and I'm going really early, I wouldn't be surprised if this table
44.
sees Ruse, Tweddle and Sivertson, who are in the bottom 3 right now in Group C, Osborne and Johnston in Group B, and Hughes winning this group.
117.
Easy for us to say that, but it feels likely. If there's a twist, tremendous.
137. Jack, you require 75.
And Tweddle needs to twist things around here on tops.
55.
We'll come back to that
you
second
require
dart in a
89.
second.
So the bullseye
64.
Can't
Jack, you
find it.
require 20.
wasn't too far away. Chance for Jack at double 10. Double 5 then. And he
Game
takes
shot
it
the
with his
first
third
leg.
dart.
Jack Tweddle.
Leads this match by 1 leg to 0.
I don't know if you
Second leg,
noticed
it's
this, Trina,
Kent to
but
throw
on
first.
58,
Game.
he went for treble 18 again. He did that yesterday. I wonder
134.
if this is a pure coincidence that he missed the 54 by a small margin after a bad shot at the single, or whether when he's on 58, he likes to go treble 18 double 2.
Well, every dart player has their favourites,
81.
so that could well be the case. Starts off though with a 180.
58.
There haven't been that many maximums in this group. It's not like last week where
122.
some of those guys were going crazy.
Yeah, there was plenty throwing
137. Kent River
Last
164.
week.
Sivertson,
60.
with only
Jack River
60,
126.
leaves himself exposed to maybe being 2-0 behind.
Finds the treble. Bullseye he needs.
101.
And he's just
Kent River
outside.
104.
That was a really good insight into how Jack's darts hit the board. Where's this one going?
It's
a good try from the Norwegian.
25.
Well, Tweddle could be 2-0 up after all.
1.
He misses his marker.
Can you require 12?
Yeah, a bit of frustration there creeping in. Double 6 then.
Game
And
shot
he
on the
takes it
second leg.
with his
Kent
first start and
Sivertson.
levels the match.
Third leg, it's Jack to throw first. Game on.
When we saw the bullseye attempt from Tweddle, you saw the dart just leaning a little bit right as it hit the board. So it doesn't fly
135.
purely straight. It doesn't have to.
As long as it hits the target.
93.
That's the thing. But it can
Well, this
cover
is
shots.
this is a hot topic at the minute
60.
because there's a lot of analysts within the game surveying how Michael van Gerwen throws the dart.
77.
He's had a lot more bad collisions and darts on the floor in the last year than at any point in his life. And people are trying to figure out why. It's not that hard to figure out.
59.
All you have to do is look at the way his darts are flying in slow motion in the air. They're flying differently to earlier in his life because his grip position is different. His darts are wavering in the air, top to bottom, whereas before, they were hovering with a pure flight. It's different.
88. Can you record 132?
That's a good leave there from Jack. Well, where was he going there?
He had us all fooled.
Oh,
92. Jack, you require 40.
Well, he did go for the right thing in the end. He didn't get it,
30.
but he could
Can you
still win
require
the leg
40?
in search of his first victory of the day.
double 10 then.
30. Jack, you require 10.
So both on double 5. Double 2 then.
6.
And he can't find it either.
Can you require?
This is another one of those games where doubles are elusive. Interesting. Double 4. Right in the
Game shot
corner
the
and a
third
2-1
leg.
lead
Kent Sivertson.
with a break in a game that both players will very much recognise that they're
Over
not
leg,
playing their
it's Kent
best.
to throw first. Game.
19 darts at a double and 3 hits. That's not good news.
A split in there. Proved
60.
to be the correct decision for Kent.
I wonder how many dart players we're going to get between now and the
93.
PDC World Cup playing here who are representing their respective countries. Now, we have had others in the past.
135.
Mindy was here. you remember Mindy? Mindaugas Barauskas?
Is that friends with
135.
We did make that joke. Yeah, but the Carl Frotch lookalike, Mindaugas Barauskas, he's going to be playing
47.
with Darius Labanauskas, the former series champion, at the PDC World Cup next month, whereas Sivertson's going to be playing with Cord Decker.
180.
Cord Blimey Tweddle. That's a great 180.
$99. Jack, you require 93.
93 now then for Jack.
69.
Not
Can you require
quite.
160.
Really? Oh, that would have been special if you'd found that
100.
one.
Jack, you require
That would have made
24.
Jack feel nauseated. He's
Game
found double
shot on the
six,
full flag.
so
Jack
he is
20.
level. But he'll be nowhere near pleased with his output.
Fifth flag, it's Jack to
His
throw
reaction
first.
tells you everything you need
Game.
to know.
Yeah, Jack currently averaging just over 80 and just over 79.
140.
Do you know what? This is like a Jack and Jill game. Jack and Jill went up the hill and neither could hit a double.
136. $190.
That's a good 2 treble visit there by Jack.
57.
And Kent not picking one out at all there. So a chance for Jack to punish.
135. $100.
You're going to get a really good insight into how my brain works in the next leg, Trina. I think I'm a bit puzzled by something. But let's give these guys a
91.
chance of taking a 3-2 lead, and it's more likely to be Jack than Kent.
140.
Well, that is a good visit
Jack,
to put pressure on this double eight.
Game shot on the fifth flag. Jack
That's
Tweddle.
taken well by Jack. And he leads by 3 legs to 2.
Well, that's a
Sixth
little
flag,
bit
it's
better.
Kent to throw first. Game on.
He's missed 13 darts at a double, and he's still averaging 85. Why did Jack and Jill go up the hill to get water?
137.
Surely they should have gone down towards sea level.
Well, it runs down, doesn't it?
Exactly. Makes no sense.
57.
Anyway,
Yeah, good point. Your brain is strange. I have to
we
say.
were fed lies as
96.
children. That's why my dad
40.
was saying, watch the darts. Because if you hit it, it's in. If you don't,
58.
you get less points. It's a very black and white sport with very few grey areas. This is why people like it. It's clinical.
140.
Well, that's good darts there from Kent.
Yeah, this is much better from him.
Yeah, absolutely.
Averaging nearly 87. This is
80.
much better than
Can you require
anything we saw
70?
from him yesterday. He does look a lot more settled. He doesn't have to go for 16 bull here.
$34.
Leaves himself double 18 when he returns. But Jack putting the pressure on
140.
there.
Can you require 36?
Maybe he does like double 2. Does he get a shot for the match?
Game shot
He
on the
doesn't.
sixth flag. Kent Sivertson. 7th and final leg, it's Jack to throw first. Game on.
So a deciding leg then. Jack with the darts.
96.
But yes, a much improved Kent in this match.
121.
First game today that's gone the distance. It's been intriguing.
57.
Just a few legs ago, neither player were playing well, but fair play to them. The last 2 or 3 legs have been excellent.
60.
You see that wind-up position of
140.
And as soon as he feels that sweet spot in his address position, he whips that dart into the board.
It's from the shoulder, isn't it?
140.
It's a really good game here.
140.
Jack leaving himself 68. And looking favourite. But what pressure
140.
can Kent apply?
Jack requires 68.
That's 4 140s in a row in this leg. Is this the knockout blow?
48.
Well, Sivertson
Jack
might be
require
about
40.
to jump off the bottom of the table on double 10. He's taking his chance. And the Norwegian gets his first victory against Jack Tweddle this week. And his first victory since round 1 yesterday. Maybe what we've just seen from the Norwegian is what he can really do when he settles down. He's averaged 86 there. 4 out of 13 on the doubles doesn't really tell you the full story. But he was able to play really well at the end of that 7-leg match. And he is now on 4 points in the table in position number 5.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yes. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Lewandowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor?
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Lidlow!
We're approaching the halfway point of the group, and these are the results that we've had today so far. We started with 3 games that all went against the throw, wins for Osborne, Hughes and Johnston in the top 3 of the table. But since then, Hughes has embellished his position, Osborne has improved his, Johnson has stuttered, and Kent Siverston, that was a beautiful performance against Jack Tweddle. A tremendous last leg, winning by 4 legs to 3. That takes him off the foot of the table for now and puts him in 5th, just behind Bradley Roos. But we are going to focus our attention at the top of the table now, because Hughes on 14 against Stephen Johnston on 10. And if Hughes can get an 8th consecutive victory, he will be on for the perfect 15 still, but elongating his lead to 6 points at the halfway point. He may just have 1 foot into Saturday at the end of this game. Surely it's not going to be that simple, Trina.
Well, this is going to be a tough match. An important match for both players. Like you say, if Stephen wins this, then he closes the gap on Hughes. But also, if Hughes takes this match, then he gains a bigger
First
cushion.
leg, it's Stephen to throw first. Game on.
We've made a few movie references already today. Jamie Hughes is strolling around this place like Jim Carrey in The Mask, saying, "Somebody stop me." Nobody can. There's still a question mark over that, though. He's still got a few games to go.
58.
But if he goes through undefeated again today, you've got to say he's going to be in Saturday night with 2 days to spare. I can't conceive of somebody winning 5 games on Monday, 5 games on Tuesday, and not winning any games on Wednesday. I just can't see that happening.
$60.
However, stranger things have happened.
Oh, this is going to be the year where we get the last series of Stranger Things, so why not?
138.
Well, leaves himself 170 there. Great maths.
100. Jamie require 107.
Yeah, I think our referee will definitely value that. He likes a bit of darts maths. How about darts execution?
105.
It's not bad.
Stephen require 104.
But Johnston is looking to take advantage of this position.
56. Jamie requires 65.
What's the best shot on 65? Most people still go 25.
I would.
He gets the ring, not the button.
Off the barrel.
25.
Not this time.
Stephen require 48.
So Stephen a chance of 48 for tops. 10 cent. And he finds it with his third dart. And holds his throat. Leads by 1 leg to 0.
Boy, did he need that.
Second leg is Jamie.
Since that meltdown in leg 3 of his previous game, he's not won a leg. Until then. Scotland have had some fabulous players
29.
play under this roof. And they've been very successful. John Henderson has got a couple of weekly wins. Scott Campbell, Scottish winner in the previous series, beating Peter Washuri in a final. Jim McEwen's won a series, as well as numerous titles with this project over the years.
123.
But Johnston hasn't got that weekly title yet. That the likes of Borland and Henderson and McEwen and Campbell have done.
Not forgetting Thornton.
60.
He probably doesn't want me to mention the fact that he hasn't got a Super Series weekly title. But he has won a special week. So
85.
that's his rebuttal. But he is a bit of a double start specialist.
140. Stephen York, 136.
Good leg here from both.
60. Jamie Require, 149.
Chance for Jamie at 149. Finds a treble 20. Can't find the treble 19.
83.
Now,
Stephen
what
York,
is happening here?
76.
Better player in this game is Johnston.
Game
And he's
shot, the
2-0 up.
second leg. Stephen
So if we start reading the room correctly here, Hughes
Third leg,
played
it's
pretty
Stephen
well
to throw first.
against Tweddle
Game.
in his first game, averaged nearly 92. He didn't play that well against Bradley Roos in round 2.
100.
We mentioned that he did have a little bit of good fortune in the first couple of rounds with his opponents missing a few doubles.
60.
Johnston isn't doing that.
Yeah, averages at the moment 91
60.
plus for Stephen and 86 plus for Jamie.
$134.
I'm about to pay the biggest compliment I can pay to any dart player to Jamie Hughes. We were marvelling at his technique
100.
yesterday. Now, based on how he throws darts, it is a stark reminder of the 1988 world champion Bob Anderson. Viciously follows through, beautiful technique, minimal drawback. The only thing missing is pointing at the board when he hits a maximum.
100.
And a horse. Still doing exhibitions, isn't he, Bob?
He is. I've worked with him the other week.
140.
One of the nicest people on planet Earth.
141.
Yeah, super guy.
65. Jamie Require,
If
107.
he doesn't hit this right here, Hughes, he might be staring at 3-0 down. He's going to try and leave tops.
67.
Just
Stephen
misses.
Require, 76.
So a chance now for a 3-0 lead.
Game
And he
shot
takes
on the
it.
third leg. Stephen Johnston.
Hughes is in trouble.
Fourth leg, it's Jamie to throw first. Game on.
What is it a Cockney would say? He's in the Barney rubble. Hasn't been in this position this week so far. But he has been on the other side of the coin from this game. He has been 3-0 up. And he was drawn into a 4-3 battle in round 5 yesterday with Jack Tweddle. Look at those positions. Right shoulder, perfect. Right elbow, perfect. Follow through, perfect.
Solid stance.
43.
If he turned up to a coaching session, I'd say, why are you here?
Yeah.
100.
And usually with people of great technique, it is usually about something you can't see.
$99.
But his stance really is, there's no movement in his body at all.
$99.
A little bit of movement in Stevens.
Yeah, it's a bit vertical when he throws the dart, so that indicates that from the feet, there may be a bit of a bounce. Not surprised to see that, considering the footwear he's got on. They're very comfortable, but I don't think that footwear like that is conducive to good darts because they're too variable.
60.
You mean the sole gives too much?
Yeah, there's a bubble in his footwear, which means that they're used for running usually. That's their purpose. That's why they've been designed that way.
136.
A great darting shoe shouldn't have a great deal of bounce.
140.
But we are yet to see a
Jamie
great
Require,
darting
40.
shoe.
The tops now for Jamie.
Game shot on the fourth leg.
Takes it with his first dart
Jamie
and gets a leg on the
Hughes.
board.
So ask yourselves this question.
Fifth
If
leg,
you're a
it's Stevens
dart
to throw
player
first.
and you're staring at your shoes right now and you wear them for darts, ask yourself why.
100.
Why does Kevin Painter not wear trainers? There is an answer to that. And if you're in an exhibition with Kevin, ask him that question. He'll happily answer it.
100.
But my opinion is that shoes like that have a lot of bounce, they're comfortable, which is a good thing.
100.
But the soles, very bouncy. They have a lot less bounce. That's the same type of shoe that Steve West uses. And he's done pretty well here.
140.
There's that bounce in the front foot. The right heel comes up. That's where the increase in height comes from. He won't feel that. He's been doing it for years. It'll just be an unnatural thing. Or should I say, it's a natural thing. He can't feel it.
41.
If you were to point it out to him, he'd say, oh yeah, I'm doing that.
Yeah, it's a good point.
60.
There's no trouble here. Johnston is favourite to win 4-1.
27.
Well,
Stephen,
there is a treble, but the wrong one.
Sometimes you can tell how good a shot is by the tone of the referee. Jamie's previous score was 27. He's getting a little bit more this time, which will be a bit more upbeat. Isn't that right, Owen?
130.
There you go.
100.
But it could be the end of the match.
Go tops, tops.
80.
I can't find it with the third dart. So a chance now for Hughes to take out double 18. Double 9 now. And he can't find it.
No score.
Well,
Stephen require 20.
right now, a couple of things are afoot. 12 points beckons for Stevie J.
Game
And he defeats Jamie Hughes, which means it's going to be another week where somebody is not going to perfect Group A. The match stats will tell you a bit of a story. It was fairly tight when it comes to the averages, but the doubling this time was key for Johnston. He's the person who didn't miss doubles against Hughes today, and his luck has run out. So it's 4-1 to Johnston, and he's within 2 points of Hughes at the top of the table.
$54. Charlie McGuire, 164. $44. $32. Charlie required 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls of this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
required
side.
60.
To become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
The moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the stage,
Charlie
approaching the
required
Oki with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think
required
he's gone to
118.
bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6 double 7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust. And
39.
on that situation there, George Scaife wasn't even able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie,
Threw the entire
require
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Go
Couldn't get the job
it.
done.
Got in the match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Scaife.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Scaife!
Welcome back. We are still here in Portsmouth and we are at the halfway point. This is the middle match of the day between Bradley Roos and Jack Tweddle. They are both in the bottom three and are a minimum of 10 points adrift of Jamie Hughes, but it could have been worse. Had Jamie just beaten Stevie Johnston, he would have been 12 clear. He has been pegged back. So mathematically, Roos and Tweddle are still in the fight, but realistically, they are now playing for position over the next day and a half. Good news for Colin Osborne, though, that Jamie Hughes has lost, because now,
Game on!
when he plays Kent Sivertson in the next round, or the next game, sorry, he can get to within 4 points of Jamie Hughes. And that's before he plays him. So maybe this isn't going to be as academic as we once thought, Trina.
40.
No, and it with Jamie Hughes losing that match there, how will it affect his next game as well?
81.
Will that be a knock of confidence, or will it give him a kick up the bum?
He's got 3 games off, which I think is a good thing for him. And he's got Sivertson next. But then again, we are starting to see a new level from Kent today.
Yeah, he played really well in his last match. Gets a win as well.
And it was Jack Tweddle that he beat.
65.
We haven't seen a great deal of 180s today. Only 6 from 7 matches. So I get the feeling that this cluster of players is not going to deliver
60.
a great deal of 3 treble visits.
$58.
In fact, there were only 20 yesterday, which is not a lot.
60.
So today they're following the same path. In fact, they might have less than 20.
100.
I remember last week, I think we got a day where there were more than 50 in a day. Tweddle's going to have a chance here
58.
to break the throw on double 2. So it was all part of the plan.
Absolutely confirms it there.
Second leg is
Clearly
Jack
likes
to
the
throw
double
first.
2.
Game on.
So now that we've got to the bottom of this mystery, let's move on to
84.
the next one. So he's left 58 3 times that we've seen, and he's gone for the treble 18 3 times. So it's not an accident. I want to know
88.
why. Why does he do that?
Well, that is a question we must ask him. Not now.
99.
Obviously.
Everyone's got their foibles. Earlier on today, Trina, you were talking about everyone's got their own way for things. That's fine.
6.
But there has to be a reason. On 18, if I'd split double 18 in the past, I'd go 666.
60.
Not a common route. But I was so in tune with double 6, I would leave that on purpose.
Well,
100.
you may have well answered the question then there. If he's comfortable, that comfortable in that selection of
100.
outshot, then, like you say, if it works, it works.
And we don't associate a love of a lower double on the board with a tall guy.
59.
Tweddle is tall,
Jack, you require 158.
but he obviously likes double 2.
Yeah, that's true. He is a tall lad.
58.
So he leaves himself a ton when he returns. We'll have 6 starts at it.
140.
Yeah, good use
Jack, you require 100.
of that treble 20 from Ruse. But no double-double
60.
for Tweddle.
Bradley, you require 54.
Well, this is not going to be treble 14. Trust me. For double 6. It is double 9.
Game show.
And he gets 54 with 3 18s.
Bradley Ruse. Third leg, it's Bradley to throw first. Game on.
Well, a breaker throw there as well. So we're back on throw.
$58.
We haven't got many darting birthdays on the 20th of May. Just looking through the list here.
131.
Connie Finnan of Republic of Ireland. He's played at the World Cup for Ireland with Willie O'Connor, an ever-present dart player there.
100.
And the outspoken former World Cup singles champion, Dick Van Dyke. It's his birthday today.
100.
He's not short of an opinion. We don't mind people like that. Everybody's entitled to their opinion.
Absolutely.
We were able to grab a chat with Jack Tweddle this morning.
100.
That will be aired pretty soon. And it was a very interesting chat. Talking about his life, his career.
134. Jack, you require 107.
He wants to go deep here into this checkout.
56. Bradley require
Doesn't
150.
manage a treble. It's a possibility now for Ruse. Double 15.
120.
Just why is the double
Jack, you require
15?
114.
Are we going south on 114? 45 bulls a better shot here. And he nearly takes
89.
it. That's good creativity
Bradley
there from
require
Tweddle.
30.
Noticing what was more likely than something else. This is a hard shot. But not too hard for Bradley.
Well, if you remember
Bradley
that
Ruse.
amazing shot that he did yesterday on the double 10. Kind of like a similar
Jack
shot
to throw first. Game on.
where he'd covered the bed with his first dart, moves across and finds it.
59.
Same part of the board as well. He's not the only Ruse in darts, of course. It's a somewhat play on words because Jurgen van der Velde's
96.
sister's called Rose, but it looks like Ruse. She's a handy player.
125.
Yeah, darts is very much a family affair in the Netherlands.
58.
Especially in the Van der Velde household.
Yes, indeed.
97.
For such a small country, it is remarkable just how hard they punch in this sport. It's a really small country.
Yeah.
But when it comes
60.
to motor racing and speed skating and swimming and darts and football, they've got world-class talent around every
60.
corner.
Yeah, they love the sport. And when they put their mind to something, they really go at it.
100.
So
Jack,
much
you're
dedication.
160.
That's a
81.
lovely last start. Makes the next shot a little bit easier. But if we may, tread carefully on 79. Because Stevie Johnston,
99. Jack, you require 79.
he found it a bit tricky. Oh, there's
Game
nothing
shot, the
tricky
full
about
flag.
it.
Jack, 20.
2-2 it is.
Well, he did find the treble
Fifth leg,
19
it's
with his
Bradley to
first
throw
start,
first. Game on.
which made the shot easier.
Well, we've gone on the name Ruse.
43.
Tweddle is a very famous sporting name as well in gymnastics, courtesy of Beth Tweddle, one of the best female British gymnasts of the last generation.
78.
Do you think there's any relation?
Got to be at some point, right?
Yeah.
I'm still trying to find my Uncle Jack. For some reason, someone told me he was called Johnny in the 70s.
$180.
Great 180 there from Jack.
Yeah, nice timing on that 180 as well. Takes control of the leg.
59.
Putting the pressure on. And finds another one. Back-to-back 180s
180.
for Jack Tweddle.
When you go for chicken wings with your
59.
friend,
Jack, you require
double dipping is
63.
frowned upon. But not in darts. We like a double dip. Look at this.
39.
That could have been an incredible end to that leg. He could have gone back-to-back maximums, followed by a 63 and 2.
Yeah, could have been an 11 darter that.
100. Jack, you require 24.
So double 12, double 6 then, double 3.
80.
It can't be found.
Bradley
So
require
a chance for Ruse
140.
now to take out this 140.
Oh, how things can change.
Now, seems though he likes
46.
double 2
Jack,
so
you
much. Do you
require
think he's going to
6.
split?
Game
Apparently
shot, the
not.
fifth leg.
He likes
Jack
the trap
Tweddle.
door because for him there's no trouble down there.
Well, that
Sixth leg,
surprised me.
it's Jack to throw first. Game
Yeah, same. If you like double 2 that much, surely you would do what Jamie Hughes did earlier. Just go for the split option.
57.
Did you ever used to watch that? The trap door? Don't you open that trap door? Because there's trouble down there.
Oh, I can't remember that.
That was
57.
a great show.
I remember Hartley Hare.
I think you and I are
57.
caught in between generations. These guys are way too young for that show. Not because of its certificate, it's because it was on many years
43.
ago. Jack is now 30 years of age. He's been playing PDC darts since 2011
100.
when he joined the development tour when it first started. He's done Challenge Tour, Development Tour, and recently he made his Pro Tour debut in Players Championship events. I emphasise that because in years gone by
28.
he's played in UK Open qualifiers.
Yeah, and Bradley just 20 years of age. He's struggling at
48.
the moment. Seems to have a problem, especially in his last throw, where
60.
he indicated that the darts were slipping out of his hand.
Well, if you look at his forehead, it's a little bit shiny, and there's a bit of perspiration
57.
there. This hockey is getting warm.
Yeah, it is hot up there.
Sensibly, he has got a towel up there to mop his brow.
140.
Yeah, that's better darts from him.
$41.
That's not enough.
Yeah, there's a chance here now that Bradley can really put the pressure on. Give himself an opportunity to level the
58.
match.
Jack, you require 141.
Don't think that's enough.
It might not be.
93.
It's a good
Bradley
position
require
that Jack finds
150.
himself in right here. Ruse needs a ton plus finish, and he needs it now. That could be the end of this story.
59. Jack, you
Tweddle
require 48.
on 2 points at the foot of the table, miraculously. But it's on double 16 to win this game
32.
and falters.
Well,
Bradley
really
require
giving
56.
Ruse an opportunity to level this match now. 16 for tops. Double 10 then.
36.
And he can't find it there either.
Jack, you
Frustration
require 60.
for Ruse.
Well, that was
Game
not
shot
what Ruse
and the
wanted.
match.
That's exactly
Jack
what Tweddle needed. He was second favourite for the week at the start of Monday. Until that point, he was in the bottom position in the table. But with the 2 points, he will get himself off the foot of the table, not with a vintage display, but based on the numbers and what we've just seen over the last 15 minutes or so, he was definitely the better player of the two. Winning by 4 legs to 2 with a superior average, and he's now in 5th position.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yes. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison!
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor!
it's a great stage to play on.
I love coming to the Super Series and playing, especially doing it in front of the crowd. Can't fault it. I've absolutely loved it, and it's been a great experience.
Modus Super Series Women's Week Champion.
To become the first ever female player to hit a 10-5-9 top finish. It's history for Paul Greaves.
Kelsey Milikina.
The Lancashire Road, Lisa Aston.
Yes, Women's Week 4. It will be coming in June. And that is how you can go directly to the ticketing page for the Saturday night of Women's Week 4. That Saturday night will include 6 females, and it will hopefully, for my assistant commentator today, include Trina Gulliver, because Trina, you're going to be involved in Women's Week 4, and I'm sure after your illustrious career, you would love to have a Women's Week title in your locker.
I would indeed. You know, to be up there, to make the finals on the last one in the 3, to lift that trophy would be fantastic.
Yes, there is a trophy to be lifted, but when it comes to Group A, we've still got plenty of time to go before we even get to trophy time. Isn't that right, Paul Starr? I love that. It's trophy time. Not just tungsten time. But we go into game number 9 with Norway's Kent up against Borough's Colin. Colin very much part of the equation towards the top of the table, but only if he wins this match. If he loses to Kent, he's going to be in a dogfight for a Group B position over the next day and a bit. Osborne wins, he goes to 10 points and is 4 points behind Hughes, who has been stopped in this round. And he does have a game against Jamie in game 15.
First leg, it's Kent to throw first. Game on.
Colin's already got 2 wins today. Is it fair to say that if he wants to be a realistic shooter for the top spot on Wednesday, he's going to have to win his remaining 3 games today?
100.
Yeah, I think that's the case. And he would like to think that he would pick the points up in this match.
95.
However, saying that, Kent did improve his game immensely in his last match.
42.
Against Jack Twiddle.
Well, pardon me for saying this, but every time we mention Sivertson's first name, I get a mental flash of Kent Brockman.
81.
Probably the most famous Kent in the world, and one of the longest running newscasters in the world. He's been going since the late 80s, somewhat fictionally, telling incredible stories about domes over cities and when the Swallows come to town. But I'm pretty sure that when Kent was born, they weren't calling him that based on something from a cartoon that hadn't even been invented yet.
45.
Well, then it might be all about Kent. The comic, I mean.
It's actually a place in Ohio as well. It has a very famous university, Kent State, which was attended by Ben Curtis, the 2003 Open champion.
61.
Don't ask me how I know that. My mind is a cavern.
Yes, indeed it is.
81.
Steady start here from Osborne. He's already stolen the darts. Now he has to use this position well.
58.
So a big score here from Kent.
100. Colin require 100.
Leave it handy, but 140 now for Osborne. And that's the first treble. Tops. Oh, what a
Game
shot.
on the first leg.
What a shot
Colin
from Osborne.
Osborne.
60. Tops.
Second leg, it's
Super
Colin
darts.
to throw first.
Pure wizardry
on.
from Colin. And that opens up the can of worms question. Why do more people not do that? On 140,
42.
you get the first treble. Why do you not go tops after that? More than people do. Because on 100, people get a single 20, their brain triggers tops. On 140, it doesn't as much. But this guy, he knows better. And that's the biggest finish of the day.
100.
Yeah, super darts. And like you say, great use of the dartboard.
43.
It does remind me of a situation that is quite funny. Back at the 2007 World Match Play, James Wade had 80 left.
60.
Against Kevin Painter and hit 2 double tops. Kevin wasn't happy.
43.
He's in Tenerife right now, so he's probably quite happy. But years later, at the World Seniors, Kevin Painter decides to go tops on a shot, and it's amazing what changes over the course of 20 years.
29.
That's like you say, going back, really, that wasn't the done thing, was it? You were, that sort of stuff you were supposed to do in exhibition
42.
matches. They weren't for tournament matches, but yeah, it's become part of the game.
Yeah, you got your own route, and whether you like it or not, you got to lump it. I've been privileged to watch
41.
an incredibly talented dart player over the years from Northumberland called Mac Murphy. He's from Biker. Don't make any Biker Grove jokes, people.
45.
Doesn't play as much these days, but in his heyday, how he didn't get picked for England, I've got no idea. But he was playing Middlesex, and he had a 95 checkout to win the first game of the A games on the Sunday, and he had 20-25 bull.
59.
And people were looking around as if to say, did he just do that? Oh, he did all right.
60.
And as soon as he was finished, he says,
170.
can I go and watch Newcastle now? Just typical Mac Murphy. What a legend.
Well, this shot is on. It definitely is. Can he take out this 170 after the 140? Oh, what a shot!
The second leg.
What a
Colin
shot! He's on a
Osborne.
roll at the moment. Colin Osborne taking that out and goes into a 2-0 lead.
First.
Hang on. The script says that Sivertson's supposed to take the big fish out because he's from a fishing town. So what does a wizard do with a big fish?
60.
Magics it up.
Incredible. Great finishing. What a player Osborne still is.
Well, he's really found
85.
something in this match. 140 checkout and a 170.
25.
I hate to break your confidence, Colin, but you can't top that. Not as far as finishing goes anyway.
100.
I'm getting shades of another wizard. Simon Whitlock, when he was in the
43.
quarterfinals of the 2010 PDC World Championship, was in a set with James Wade. A set that lives in infamy.
140.
Whitlock took at 170 and 150 in the same set.
81.
Yeah, and it hurts as well. When your opponent does that against you, you just think, oh my. I've got to find something special myself here to give myself a chance.
$100. Colin number 160.
So treble 20 required, and he finds it to leave himself 36.
Yes, the Norwegian's coming up dry here.
82. Colin, you require 36.
Hasn't had a dart at a double. Osborne has dominated.
Game shown the third.
And he hasn't missed the
Colin
outer ring
Osborne.
or the bullseye yet. And quite frankly, the way he's playing,
Flag, it's Colin
he
to
might
throw
not
first.
miss in this game. He's had 2 double tops, a double 18 and a bull.
Well, 3 out of 3 so far for Colin.
100.
He's really finding something special with his outshots at the minute, and he's doubling.
Finishing this way, Trina.
57.
Middlesbrough are going to sign him. They need a few goals. But for next season.
60.
Well, Kent's going to wonder what's hit him here, really.
140.
Because he's not played bad, really, himself. He's just had some big outshots against him.
There could be more. The one thing missing from this game so far is a maximum, but we're not shocked by that. We're not getting a great deal of them here in this group. We've only got 8 so far
92.
all day long. We are averaging less than 1 maximum per match. But you're not going to find Colin Osborne complaining about that right now.
60.
Well, he leaves himself 156. When he returns, Kent really needing a treble, and he finds it with his last dart.
Colin, you require 156.
Osborne is on the edge of a 4-0 victory, which would do his campaign the world of good.
45. Kent, you require 112.
However, he might be stopped. Double 16.
96.
Now there is a chance. Now
Colin,
this
you
seems
require
easy
111.
compared to what he's already hit in this match. Is it going to be 3 ton plus checkouts? 11 tops. Absolutely
Game
flawless.
shot and the match. Colin Osborne.
That game will live in his memory for all the right reasons. It's got nothing to do with maximum shooting. It's got nothing to do with a high average. The finishing was out of this world. Took out 111 to win the match, took out 140 to start the match, and took out 170 in the middle. That will be one of the premier finishing performances that this place has ever seen.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yes. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Lewandowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor.
Time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Lidlow.
Welcome to round number 4. We're going to start with Stevie Johnston up against Bradley Roos in a second. But Johnston really has thrown the cat amongst the pigeons in round number 3 today at the halfway point of the group. He's done a very good job for himself and for Colin Osborne, who very much helped himself with that 4-0 victory against Norway's Kent Sivertsen, with one of the best finishing performances we've ever seen in this place. Now we have separation, top 3 and bottom 3. Johnston will take on Roos, who's in 5th. He's now in 2nd, but if he can get the victory, and particularly if he can get a 4-0 victory, he can actually jump to the top of the table, provisionally, with Hughes playing Sivertsen in the next match. Interesting times ahead. But the narrative right now is very, very, very bold. The top 3 are going for the top spot, and the bottom 3, all on 4 points, are now having to make peace with the fact that they're not going to win this group.
Yeah, it's become a bit more cut and dry now, as far as the positioning is concerned.
First leg, it's Bradley to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, I'm sure Bradley's feeling very disappointed about the position that he's in. However, it's not as bad as the one he was in last time he was in a Group A situation. As for Johnston, after a bit of a stutter earlier today,
125.
that was against Osborne, he has rediscovered something, which I'm sure he would like to keep for the rest of the day.
83.
He's got the Roos game, and then he's got Jack Tweddle in game 14.
140.
They are 2 games that he will feel he has to win. If he does, tomorrow's going to be very interesting for him.
All to play for.
180.
Great 180 there from Roos.
140.
But this is super darts from Johnston. Can you find another treble to put the pressure on the 96?
96.
What pressure?
Game
No
shot
pressure.
the first leg.
Stunning
Stephen Johnston.
From Johnston. Takes the lead
Second leg,
and puts
it's
Roos on the
Stephen to
back
throw
foot
first.
immediately.
Game on.
12 dart leg, that was
100.
Johnston.
I'm not convinced that he got that tan in Scotland. Having said that, every time Andy Bolton's been down here the last couple of years, he's got a tan as well. So what's going on in that part of Scotland Do they have a lack of ozone or something?
100.
They have a lot of fake tan places up there.
I wonder if
100.
Stevie works outside.
He does. He's a builder, I think.
60.
If he showed up at my door, I'd say, right, you look like the kind of guy who can do the job for me. He's got the kind of physique
60.
that would grace any Diet Coke advert. Other beverages are available.
140.
He's averaging at the moment, although be it it's only one leg. 112.63.
180. Stephen Rock,
A
101.
great reply there from Ruse.
But
81. Bradley require
he
100.
now gets a look at the finish that Johnston has just shaded. This game is getting away from him already.
81. Stephen requires
If Stevie takes out double 10.
Game shot on the second leg.
Not a
Stephen
problem.
Johnston.
3 minutes to take a 2-0 lead. This guy's quick, but he's very, very good.
Third leg, it's Bradley to throw
16
first.
dart leg.
Game on.
There for Stephen. It's a superb game.
96.
Do you know if Bradley had a travel company and he was taking Brits over to France for a little bit more alcohol than they needed? Do you know what they'd call it?
Go on.
A Bradley Ruse booze cruise.
And in saying that,
180.
he hits a maximum.
Yes, the unnecessary joke of the day, and quite frankly, the way this game is going,
60.
Ruse is getting all of the maximums and not the legs.
Yeah, 3 so far for Ruse. And is he going to put another one in?
135.
Well, that's unlucky. That's as good as.
Yeah, puts him in a really good position.
58.
But
Bradley
let's face it,
require
he
90.
needs to hold his throw. That's worked out okay.
50.
When he gets to 25, he doesn't have to go for another one. He could simply go for a treble 11 and then lay up.
85.
There's
Bradley
no
require
pressure on him.
40.
Don't have to take out those 12 darters. Just get the leg and move on. A little bit lower, Bradley.
No score.
Well, struggles there with the weight. But he will be back for it.
Don't go for the maximum. Okay, do. Don't listen to me.
180. Bradley required 40.
Well, that's 4 maximums in this match so far. Tops for Bradley.
Game
Finds it
shot
with
the
his second
third
dart
leg.
and gets
Bradley
a leg
Ruse.
on the board.
I applaud his concentration.
Fourth leg, it's Stephen to throw
I am
first.
assuming he
Game
didn't
on.
know what was crawling on the board when he hit that double top, because there was something crawling from the top of the board.
100.
Oh, yes.
Right next
Just
to the
up by
2.
Yeah, just up by the 20. Is it a money spider?
Hasn't even got a ticket.
57.
That is a frightening point of view for whatever's on the board. Especially when those chunky stumpies are going towards the board.
140.
Be like an Exocet missile.
Yes, a bit brave, isn't it? From the said insect. Well, Bradley's really going to town on these maximums.
180.
He's found something.
It's only the second time this week
100.
where someone has got 4 180s in a game. Jamie Hughes did that yesterday, and he did that against Ruse in this round.
100.
But he could have 4 180s and be 3-1 down.
65. Bradley Rick 164.
So can he find the treble 20 with his first start this time? He does. Treble 18. He does. The bullseye.
170.
Super try.
Stephen Iroquois, 96.
Playing beautifully in this game. And he might just draw
56.
level.
Bradley Iroquois, 47.
This time, Johnston does not take 96 out. Double 16. Tries to go over the top again, and just like
Stephen
before,
Iroquois, 40.
in a previous round, it doesn't
James
work.
on the fourth
And he
leg.
pays the penalty
Stephen
once
Johnston.
again, like he did the last time. Give that man a hug.
Fifth leg, it's Bradley to throw first.
Well,
Game.
averages at the moment. Bradley averaging 95.5. And Stephen, 100.98. So quality match
57.
here between the two.
$100.
This is the kind of level that we have seen from Johnston at times.
60.
You look at his numbers through the game. They are quite fabulous to look at.
60.
100 average, a maximum, high checker of 96, 60% on doubles. You don't do that after 4 legs if you can't play this game.
59.
And if you're Johnston, you're happy to see that frustration from the young Dutchman.
Yeah, you can feed
96.
off your opponent's facial expressions and emotions.
96.
Gives you positivity, knowing that your opponent is rattled.
Yeah, but then you can't show them that you saw them.
105.
That's true. It's all a mind game.
It's always brilliant when you see the weakness in your opponent, but then you just got to go and do your job
100.
and use it the correct way,
140.
like taking 140 out. Can't get a 1 in the 60 there, surely.
60. Bradley Iroquois, 129.
If he'd found a treble 20 there, he's obviously got cheat codes.
So 60 tops, 60 bull even.
42. Stephen Iroquois, 80.
If we had a pound for the amount of times that Johnston's taken out this kind of shot, we would have a lot of pounds. And he pounds his way to a beautiful total in the table. He's now on 14. And because that is a 4-1 victory, he finds himself knocking on the door of Jamie Hughes. A great performance, the best that we've seen today average-wise. 96 was the high checkout, 96 was the average. The doubles were sensational, as they were in the previous match. What are they going to be like for Hughes and Sivertson next? Welcome. We've got our middle game of round number 4 about to happen. And Jamie Hughes and Kent Sivertson will be really much hoping that they can continue the trend of brilliant finishing in the last couple of games. Osborne with a bit of a worldie of a finishing performance in game number 9. That was against Kent. But Jamie Hughes has got people bearing down on him. Osborne's got a game in hand
First leg,
after
it's
this.
Jamie to throw first. Game on.
And if Jamie trips up against Kent here, which is not necessarily out of the question, our top 3 would have 2 players on 14 points and Osborne on 12.
41.
And this table is taking a very different complexion to what we thought it might do even earlier today.
100. $85.
I think it's fair to say, Trina, that this game yesterday wasn't very good. Both players didn't play well. Sivertson was still trying to figure out this place in round number 2. And Jamie didn't have to play well to get a 4-0 victory.
No, it was probably one of the worst matches, average-wise, of the day.
140.
And it was a 4-0 victory for Jamie. But we shall see what happens this time. Kent will not want the same result, of course. And I have to say that Kent is playing much better today than he did yesterday.
I think if Cord Decker's watching this, he's buoyed by the fact that this stage exposure will be invaluable for Norway next month at the World Cup.
136.
And it is very different here as well. You're playing in complete quietness during the week. And then come Saturday, you have the crowd.
121.
I think that would be a win for Kent if you were to make Saturday. This would be a win for the leg. Double 9.
27.
That could signal 62. Losing the first leg.
Yeah, a chance now for Kent with 62. Well, double 6.
50.
He's not going to find an accidental double-double. Double 2. And all of a sudden, there is doubt on the stage.
Kent, you require 12.
And yet again, the person who has a perfect Monday is having a questionable Tuesday.
Game shot on the first.
And he's 1-0 down.
Kent Sivertson.
Sivertson takes his chance. Again,
Second
it wasn't a classic
Kent
leg.
to throw first. Game on.
But he'll take it.
And more importantly, it's a break of throw.
96.
One thing about Scandinavian darts is that we have had people come here in the past from Scandinavian countries, and we don't know a great deal about them.
91.
But they would use this place as a launching platform. Look at Victor Tingström.
81.
He'd done some bits before he came here, admittedly. But then coming here a couple of times readied him for qualifying school, and now he's on the PDC Pro Tour. Anton Östlund.
60.
We didn't know a great deal about Anton. He'd become a weekly winner. His career, we don't really know where that's
60.
going right now. But we've had Norwegians, we've had Swedish people, we've had Danes. Leads me to my next point.
140.
I want more Finnish players and I want more Icelandics. Because there are plenty, but because there are only 12 spaces every week, we need to find the top level of quality from those countries, and I want to find that.
Well, we do have Kirsi Venäkainen from Finland, as far as the ladies are concerned.
46.
Yeah, we've got Ingeborg Magnus
Kent, you
Dottir
require
from Iceland as well.
164.
Yep.
I think that's the only one I can pronounce.
Well, I think you've done very well there.
Yeah, she does a lot for Icelandic
31.
darts.
Jamie, require 164.
Maybe we'll have some more Norwegians and players from those countries in future series.
64.
There's the 64 gone.
Kent, you require 133.
Well, this will be some hit to take a 2-0 advantage.
Can't be done now. So Jamie will be back
59. Jamie, require 100.
for the 100 outshot. Treble 15 now. Can't be done. So real big chance for
84.
Kent
Kent, you require 74.
to take leg number 2.
Has a chance.
54.
When he threw that, he
Jamie,
thought it was in.
require 16.
Yeah, so double 8 then.
Game shot.
Finds it with his first start.
Jamie Hughes.
Breaks the throw and levels the match. One apiece.
So it's Jamie to throw first. Game on.
We brought up that subject about Scandinavian players because it's potent having a Norwegian player in the hockey. There are other countries around the world that we'd love to invite here.
140.
I would dearly like to see more players from Asia, but logistically it's very, very difficult.
96.
You look at what is happening on the Asian tour right now. The standard is going up. The vibrancy of the players is right at the top of the tree. They've got character.
121.
You look at the winners from this weekend in Mongolia. Man Lok Leong. Loads of people would love to see him here.
100.
Alan Abiyabi is a new name. Someone to keep an eye on, that's for sure. Matomo Sakai. Judging by some of his numbers over the weekend, that guy could be very special.
100.
And don't get me started on the Mongolian players. We really have to watch out for those over the next 10 years. It's probably going to take us 10 years to get how to learn to say their
95.
names. I wouldn't want to be the referee.
140.
Well, the shot's not on now, so he'll just leave it
100.
ready to come back for tops. But can Kent put some pressure on that shot? I'd love another one.
100. Jamie require 40.
Not enough, you feel. So tops now for Jamie. Takes it with his second dart.
Jamie Hughes.
And goes into a 2-1 lead.
Fourth leg, it's Kent to throw first. Game on.
Well, I'm going to try one of these Mongolian names.
Go on then.
Because he won the Mongolian youth event over the weekend in Ulaanbaatar. I think we're going to be talking about Mongolian dart players for the next few years because they're really starting to embrace this sport. With the help of Russ Bray and with the Asian Tour, they're doing a fabulous job. So, winner was...
180!
Thanks, Jamie. You just interrupted me at just the right moment with a maximum. Well done.
You've saved him there, Jamie.
42.
By a Tuvshin Munku.
Good attempt.
Oh, we have had some tongue twisters on this stage. What about Yanis Mustafayev's?
58.
He's from Latvia. He's played with Modus at the World Cup. Took us a few days to get that one right.
Well, I'm glad you're in that chair. That's all I can say. And I'm in this chair.
Yeah, good use of the board there from Jamie. He's in a good position now, but for the majority of this game, it really does feel like he's been under pressure.
84. Jamie require 167.
167. Finds a treble 20.
131.
Decides not to go for the finish. Just leaves himself on double 18. As he will return.
60. Jamie required 36.
So double 18 now for Jamie. For a 3-1 lead. Double 9. Well, it won't go this time.
28. Can you require 180?
That annoys every dart player that does that. To have a dart you can't use. Going for the backwards 118.
41. Jamie
He doesn't get it.
8.
And Hughes could be 2 in front.
Game shot on the 4th.
Precise and exactly
Jamie
what he
Hughes.
wanted. Again, it's not a classic match.
5th leg against
It's
Jamie
very
to throw
workmanlike
first. Game
from a slimmed down Jamie Hughes. He doesn't look like someone who is struggling with the game-on-game situation.
140.
Whatever he's doing back in the West Midlands in relation to work and playing darts, he looks ready.
100.
Yeah, he's playing some good stuff. Consistent. This looks like a max.
140.
Well, that was
straight through the posts.
Yeah. It was wide open for another treble.
100.
One thing I've noticed about Jamie's action is that he has a very high left-hand position.
140.
That's all very natural. It's not something you tend to tinker with.
No.
But look at Kent's hand, very low.
100.
Jamie's
Jamie required 81.
very high, like he's carrying a handbag.
Well, I've seen that before. Oh, sorry, Jamie. Wasn't supposed to say anything, was I?
41.
It was the wife's, though. So I'll.
Here's me thinking that was going to be a birthday present from all of his pals.
Each to their own, eh?
Jamie required 40.
Tops of the match. He has been the better player. He's averaging just a shade over 90. And that's his best performance of the day since round 1. So he has his little wobble in the middle of the schedule. But he's only lost once in this entire group. You're not going to get him staring down the lens. Don't even try. He's not that kind of player. He's that kind of player, though. He wins by 3 legs, averaging nearly 90.5. 1 out of 3 in his checkered success with a solitary maximum, and now is on top of the table by 2 points again.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yes. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison!
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor!
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler!
We've only got one more match at the Modus Super Series. And the bat signal is going berserk. There it is. That's where we are. You knew that anyway. You can see it 58 times in that shot. One more game in round number 4. And it is going to be Tweddle against Osborne. Now, this time yesterday when they were playing, we were thinking maybe Jack Tweddle had a slow start and he would kick in after that. He's got a very different mentality now because he's in the bottom 3. He's on 4 points. He's in 4th position and he won't be happy with that. But there isn't much he can do about it right now.
First leg, it's Jack to throw first. Game on.
With all due respect to him, this game is all about Colin Osborne. If he gets the win, he goes 4 points behind Jamie Hughes and still very much in the
96.
fray. If he loses, though, he's in big, big trouble. It could be a 2-horse race come the start of Wednesday.
30.
We are approaching the thick end of the stick now.
Yeah, towards the end of the day where
34.
also players do get tired. Fatigue can start to set in.
What can you do to keep that at bay, Trina?
85.
Or what can you do to give yourself a short-term fix?
Eat a banana is the simple answer
95.
to that. Lots of energy in that. Lots of potassium.
Nature's Mars bar, as it was once coined.
180.
Well, a 180 and have a banana. Yeah, he doesn't strike me as a banana
100.
kind of guy, Osborne. He might be a dried apricots kind of guy.
It's too posh for him.
Well, he is from Middlesbrough.
24.
Order anything in
76.
Middlesbrough, it comes with a side of smog.
36.
Well, Swindon nearly had a 15-darter with Tweddle there. That's a beautiful visit.
121. Jack, you've acquired
Tweddle
40.
has had trouble on the doubles today at times,
Game
but
shot
not
on
right
first
there.
leg. Jack Tweddle.
Yeah, well,
Second
he's
leg,
really
it's
got
Colin
to
to throw first. Game
hit his
on.
doubles in this match if Colin produces his finishing in this match as he did in his previous match.
100.
Then he's going to take some beating.
Absolutely right. Finishing performances like that don't come along very often.
95.
Maybe once every couple of years.
Starts off with a 140 finish, followed by a 170, a 36, and 111. 3 ton plus finishes in that match.
It's not even the best finishing performance we've ever seen.
44.
In our previous studio, Graham Usher had 4 ton-plus checkouts in 4 legs, which included a 9-darter in there.
60.
I think one of those finishes was a 161 as well.
Wow.
It was ridiculous.
140.
I think this might be one of those games where Tweddle's going to show up.
Yeah, well, he needs to start
100.
gaining some points as to determine as to which group he can land in.
58.
Got
Colin
tomorrow to go, of course. So 101 for Colin. 81 now.
57. Jack York 164.
Outside chance for Tweddle. Wow, what a
Game's gone
shot!
the second
A
leg.
164
Jack
finish there
Tweddle.
from Jack Tweddle. He's taken a leaf out of Colin's book.
Game on.
Oh, there you have it. Somebody can give it, and then somebody has to take it.
84.
That is how you do it. The finishing earlier in the day wasn't that great. But over the last few games, it's been supreme.
95.
Just when Osborne is thinking, I'm going to be part of this top 3 at the end of the day, someone's trying to reel him in.
40.
Well, super darts there from Jack Tweddle. And that shot puts him 2 legs ahead
59.
in this match.
You don't see many surnames starting with TW, do you?
80.
But in darts, we have before. You might think, where's he going with this?
Yes, fire away.
Who won the 1969 News of the World?
100.
Barry Twomlow. That's digging into the past a
38.
little bit. He also won the Swedish Open in 1969. He was a famous dart player back in the 60s and 70s. I'm reliably informed. I never met Barry before he died, but he was a lovely guy, apparently.
I've never met him
81.
either. But yes, I remember the name.
A manufacturer that Colin used to be
93.
with. They actually manufactured a special edition dart for Barry after his death. And the mint in box ones are worth quite a lot of money.
96. Jack York 146.
The shot's not on now. So Colin back
58. Colin
for
requires
70.
70.
to get a leg on the board. And this would be a break of throw.
He needs it. More than anything, just to stop Tweddle from getting a shot.
Tops then. And he
Game's
finds
on
it.
the third leg.
Takes out 70.
Colin Osborne.
Takes out tops with his third dart.
Fourth leg,
Gets
it's
a leg on
Colin
the
to throw
board.
first.
And that was a break
Game
of
on.
throw.
He hasn't got a big leg difference problem here, Colin. Because there's only a matter of 2 or 3 legs between the
38.
top 3. It's about points right now. It's about this game in hand. It's about getting the 2 points he needs
43.
to remain within striking distance of Jamie Hughes and Stevie Johnston. He has Jamie Hughes in his last game, does Colin. It's in his power to keep Yoza on 16 points.
180.
But where could he be? That's the big issue. 14 is the best he can do
140.
if he wins this and he beats Yoza. He can't do anything about Stevie Johnston. He plays Tweddle in the penultimate game.
60. 96.
There's a nice pace about this one now. They're firmly at the hockey and in. And firing. It's a very fair contest. With minimal shots at double.
96.
2 180s so far for Colin in this match.
140.
Tweddle looks more
Colin
comfortable in this game than he's
127.
been all day.
Yes, I agree.
57 needed.
99. Jack, you're
If this goes,
82.
Osborne's in bother. 2 tops.
There's one. There's
Game
2.
shot on the
Oh, what a
fourth
shot there from
Jack Tweddle.
Jack Tweddle.
If they get
82
Jack
left.
to throw
2
first.
tops. The only way to go, of course.
Well, somebody find a bucket that Colin Osborne would like to
95.
throw up in. Because when you see a shot like that hit against you, all you want to do is turn away and say, why did you do that against me? You hit the 2 and you think, okay, I've got 80 left.
180.
But we know that Osborne has got some T-side steel in him.
Well, he didn't like that, so he bangs in a 180.
They're a poison chalice right now. Bradley Roo's got 4 against Johnston. He lost. Osborne's got 3. He's losing.
140.
Well, this is a good leg from Osborne.
58.
And this could be where Osborne breaks back.
Of day 1 was the Osborne identity.
6.
Today could indeed be the Osborne supremacy because he's undefeated. He's won 3
6.
from 3.
Colin, you require 121.
His Osborne ultimatum might be coming a little bit sooner than Wednesday.
Treble 17. Would have left the ball.
He's just thinking about this one for a second time. I think the switch to the 16s is a good play.
62.
All that.
Jack, you require
That made a lot
150.
of sense.
154 then for Jack. Tops. Oh my goodness me.
Jack
Some
Tweddle.
excellent finishing here from Jack Tweddle. He takes the match by 4 legs to 1.
Incredible. Just when we've seen a bolstering of finishing from pretty much everybody in this group, Osborne has just seen what he's done earlier done to him. Ton plus finishes everywhere you look, and Osborne's challenge towards the top of the table has been halted. He's not going to go 5 from 5 today. Indeed, 4 from 5 is the best he can do, because after that 4-1 defeat to Jack Tweddle, Jack stays in 4th and Colin stays in 3rd. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series restaurant, where we'd like a table for 6, please. Oh, there you are, sir. Your white tablecloth, which involves Jamie Hughes at the head of the table. Stevie Johnston is taking the fish course, and Colin Osborne is still hungry. He wants more points, but there's only 2 more to get here for the rest of the day. Jack Tweddle, Bradley Roos and Kent Sivertson, well, they've been left a little bit too hungry. But they're going to have to bring their knife and fork to the final round to get more. And we're going to start with Roos and Sivertson, which was our 3rd game of yesterday. It wasn't a great game, but it was the first win that Kent Sivertson had on this stage. And that is something he will never forget. But maybe it was a game that Bradley Roos wanted to forget. However, the way things have gone today, this is a game that he wants. Because if he doesn't win it, he's going to walk away from Tuesday with 0 points. And he doesn't want that.
Game on.
We both said that this guy has played better today than yesterday. And even a dart dropping out the board's not going to stop him from smiling.
Yeah, he's a very nice guy.
137.
I wonder if he's a Bodo Glimt fan.
140.
They did really well in the Europa League up until a couple of weeks ago when they were taken up by Spurs.
$140.
Well, can Bradley find the spell
100.
where he had 4 180s in the match against Stephen Johnston?
140.
Stephen having 4 himself. A match that was peppered with them.
121. Ready, require 84.
Oh, this is a tight first leg, but a very good one from Roos so far. Could be an 11-darter. That's more like it.
on the first leg.
You don't usually get an 11-darter from someone who hasn't won going into round number 5.
Second leg, it's Bradley to throw first.
And that's what we know he can do.
That was one of those situations where Kent was saying, which one's my water? Bradley says, I'll have that one so you can have the other one.
Not another Watergate. Not another Watergate, please.
Yeah, if there is one.
60.
Just stick your hands in the air and say, I'm not a crook.
100.
We don't want another Nixon in darts. We've had one already. He was a legend and we miss him.
Phil Nixon. He was indeed a legend.
57.
They don't make dart players like him anymore, do they?
No.
County Durham legend,
100.
England legend, legend of the 2007 Lakeside final. Very much sadly missed.
Well, Martin Adams won't forget him. That's for sure.
121.
Yeah, you don't forget the person that you beat to win your first world title, do you, Trina?
You do not.
96.
Although Andy Fordham did say that he doesn't remember anything. Well, he didn't remember anything about the final against Mervyn King. Not necessarily a bad thing, because if you can find yourself in that
57.
sort of mindset where you just do it on autopilot, that's a strong mindset to have. Rory McIlroy's
96.
talked about that at the Masters recently when he didn't speak to Bryson DeChambeau during round number 3.
$100. Can you require 100?
Pretty much neck and neck in this leg. 109 now. So 49 left. Top cent to level the match.
89.
Finds
Ready,
himself
require 106.
pulling a dart low. And into the 20. So 106 now. Treble 17 was the target.
50. Ken, you require 20.
Double 10 then for Kent.
No score.
Oh, that's a big
Bradley
mistake.
requires 56.
If someone's offered Bradley Roos a wish, it may just about to become true.
Game show on the
And there he
second
takes it.
leg.
That's big.
Bradley Roos.
We can assume from this point
So like it's Kent to throw
that
first.
these bottom three players are playing for position, and positions 6, 5, and 4. You can't really see them elevating themselves to the top 3.
96.
It's still possible, but unlikely.
Well, if you take it on their current form throughout the table, then it is unlikely.
59.
But tomorrow's a different day.
Yes, it is. Just doing a little bit of research about Norwegian names.
96.
If there's an S-E-N at the end, that's the same as in English if it's S-O-N, or in Icelandic, S-S-O-N. It means son of Sivert.
98.
Another interesting fact.
There's a lot of Norwegians
99.
and Scandinavians and German people who have emigrated to North America over the last couple of centuries. And one of the most famous Norwegian families
139.
was featured on a show called Deadliest Catch. The Hansen family. Hansen.
I love that programme.
130.
Great boat as well. The big white one. They know how to catch a crab. Whether it's a blue king crab, an Alaskan king crab, or the Apelio kind.
65. Can't you reckon 72?
Well, Sivertson is looking to catch 72.
56.
I couldn't find the double 16.
Ready require.
So
40.
a chance for Roos to take out tops for a 3-0 lead. Double 10 then. On the wire.
20.
Yeah, that was a bad
And
last
to
shot. He knows
require
it.
16.
Well, that is not an ideal marker at all. He might need a crane for this shot.
No score. Bradley require 20.
So another chance for Bradley.
Game
Takes it
on
with
the
his
third
first
end.
start
Bradley
and
Roos.
moves into a 3-0 lead.
He threw that one so much better. The previous dart hit the
Against Bradley
board
to throw first.
like it was
Game.
wavering in the air. That one went in with penetration. Just like these ones. Oh, much better.
He really is finding his
180.
scoring power. Picking out those 180s for fun at the moment.
140.
Where's this game been all day? It's 3 legs in, averaging 99, 3 out of 7 in the doubles. He's at a maximum. This is the kind of thing that we would associate
39.
with Roos most of the time. So what's going on between the ears?
121.
We might have to get a word with him tomorrow and see what's going on. Where's his game at? What's happening technically?
58.
Yeah, whatever he did this morning,
140.
reflection to today, especially later on in the day, he's playing some great darts.
Yeah, he didn't want to move.
Can you require 100?
He wanted to leave 104. This leg might be done.
90.
He's cornered.
Bradley,
We have seen big finishes over the last few matches. Things that end in a 4.
Well, he took out a 144 yesterday.
He's given that door the evils.
40. Can you require?
And he has left 104 eventually. Speaking of 4s, use the 4s.
2.
It's not May the 4th, so I said that about 16 days too late. This is 104 for 4-0. Right in the middle. Stunning. He had 6 poor darts leading up to that 104 finish. But that really was a world-class ending. And that will make him feel so much better. He loves that. It hasn't been a day he's loved, but that will be 2 points from a possible 10. But a really decent performance, and that 90.48 average for Kent is his biggest so far, and it is in a defeat after having 12 darts at a double, all missed. Bradley Roos takes it by 4 legs to 0.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yes. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison!
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor!
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler!
Hi folks, welcome back. Modus Super Series has 2 more live games for the day. Tweddle against Johnston and Osborne against Hughes. So plenty of positioning yet to be finalised before the end of day 2 in Group A in week number 2 of Series 11. Johnston's had a pretty good day. He got 8 points yesterday, and he can still get 8 points today. But that might not be good enough
First
for
leg,
top
it's
spot.
Stephen to throw first. Game on.
If he wants the top spot overnight, he'll have to win this game. And he'll need Jamie Hughes to slip up against Colin Osborne next.
123.
That's not inconceivable.
It's not. It's quite doable.
93.
But it would need to be a bit of a swing in the leg count. Hughes is on plus 16, Johnston on plus 12. So if, for example, Johnston was to beat Tweddle by 4 legs to 2,
$60.
and Jamie Hughes was to lose 4 legs to 1, Osborne, that would be enough to see him top overnight. But the margins are so
98.
small that it's just about the points at the minute. It may just come down to the head-to-head records
44.
when he's playing
Jack, you require
Osborne and Hughes
170.
tomorrow.
Well, if Jack Tweddle plays the same standard
50.
of game that he did in his previous match, taking out a 164 and a 154,
85. Jack, you require
Stephen's really got
120.
to be at his best.
Tops.
80. Stephen, you require
Chose not to
129.
move. Interesting call.
129.
Interesting. Double 6.
Game
Now
shot
that
on
is the Phil
first
Taylor
leg.
route for 129.
Stephen Johnston.
That's taking the double-double out of play
Second leg is Jack to throw first.
and just going for the
Game
treble and the double of choice. Stunning. And a little bit of fire as well.
Yeah, great big roar
40.
there from Stephen.
Well done, the Scottish Gezzy. He doesn't want that nickname, but he might be lumbered with it.
Yeah, big roar.
140.
Frightened poor Jack to death.
I'm sure he's seen Stevie J play before.
134.
It's not a surprise to anybody. I'd love to see him do that against Mervyn King.
85.
I'm not sure that will go down very well.
Really?
$100.
You know, Mervyn only gets his rubbish taken out once a week. In a really bin.
58. Stephen,
Oh
require
dear,
167.
Nico.
Someone right now is trying to market that as a wheelie bin sticker. Just Mervyn saying really bin. That's a great idea. That's $1 million idea.
I'm going to make you a sticker.
Double 14. He's at it again.
The second leg.
What's going on with the
Stephen
finishing the
Johnston.
last few games? Ton plus finishes everywhere today.
Third leg, it's Stephen to throw first. Game on.
That's a minimum of 11 that I can count today. And there might be more.
180.
Well, he's on a real streak at the moment.
100.
If this was a game of cards, he's playing the hot hand.
Well, that little grimace
100.
there is thinking about the 9.
He's thinking about that 4-0 victory,
93.
which would get him right on the heels of Hughes before he plays Osborne.
121.
He is flying right now.
126. Stephen Rockmore, 100.
Another ton plus checkout.
80.
He's not going to have 3 from 3. But there's nothing that Jack can do about it. He's not playing badly here. He's averaging 98. And he's 3-0 down.
Stephen Johnston.
Fuss free, brilliant. 60% on doubles, and this is imposing with the throw.
That's a cracking game.
95.
Both averaging 98 plus. There's no stopping him.
180.
Seriously, that celebration for the 180s is going to catch on.
90.
It's like he's just scored for his local football team. Get the arms out again. 140.
180.
That was a 140. He's right. It was 140.
Check,
well called.
140.
That shows great sportsmanship from Stevie J.
Absolutely.
It was the right thing to do.
134.
Absolutely the right call.
Don't hit one here.
105.
How good has this been? This has been thunderous.
76 after 9
44.
for Johnston.
Stephen, it requires
Jack
76.
Tweddle has barely laid a glove on his opponent.
11
has-
darter.
That's incredible.
Stephen Johnston.
One of the best performances he's ever had. And he's just done it in the last leg decider. 105.47 the average. That's the best we've seen this week by about 5%, if not a little bit more. The scary thing is it could have been just a little bit better. But the 129 out, the 108 out, and then in the last leg he takes out 76 in 2. That 4-0 victory has woken everybody up here in Portsmouth, including the top 2. Well, if you weren't tuning in for game 14, why? And if you're tuning in for the last one, well done. But we've all been woken up by a double screeching of Stevie J because, boy, did he just put in a performance. Averaged 105.47, a couple of ton-plus checkouts, a couple of maximums, and a couple of bellows after massive moments in the contest. Absolutely stunning. And that's got the attention of both of these guys. In particular, Jamie Hughes, who is now, right now, with a game in hand, second in the table. Stevie J has overtaken him, but purely on legs
First
won.
leg, it's Colin to throw first. Game on.
Interesting times ahead. So if Jamie loses this game to Osborne, he will have a deficit overnight, but a very small one.
60.
Osborne, if he wants to keep himself alive in this table, though, this is a must-win game. He can't afford to be 8 points behind at the end of the day.
100.
That simply can't happen. Or can it?
Who knows?
2 weeks ago, we had international pairs here. Scotland
95.
were 8 points behind on Wednesday morning. They won the group. So they've proven that 8 points behind can be done. But that was pairs.
57.
This is singles. Is there a difference?
Well, technically no, because it's a match, isn't it? You're playing the same amount of matches and the same amount of points are available.
123.
So, short answer is no. It shouldn't make any difference.
I agree. Another thing we can agree on is that Jamie Hughes had his best performance of yesterday
125.
in his last match. Colin Osborne had his worst in his last match. If that happens again, there's only one result.
140.
But one thing's for sure. When Colin has been getting to a finish today, he's been better than world class.
133.
56% today, 51% yesterday. They are astronomical numbers. He's missed one.
67.
He's missed a couple.
Quite 86.
So a chance now for Jamie to take out this 86. Treble 18. He finds double 16 he requires. Can he find it with his third dart?
70.
He can't. So opportunity
Colin requires 16.
for Colin to take out 16.
Jamie's only 30% on his doubles today. Well below par.
Game shown the first.
Can't give this guy chances.
Colin Osborne.
There's not a great deal between them in the averages for the day either.
Second
Only
is
about
Jamie
a point
to
and a
throw
half.
first. Game on.
Two very ubiquitous and famous surnames.
42.
Osborne, made famous by Ozzy, Kelly, and the others. Hughes, made famous by Mark and John.
59.
I would say that John Hughes is the most famous Hughes of all time. Creator of many a great movie, like Home Alone
40.
and Weird Science. And Uncle Buck.
93.
Well, seeing as we mentioned German eye candy earlier, I thought I'd mention John Candy. He was Uncle Buck.
140.
And that one's pretty cool. And these guys, miraculously, in their careers outside of the Modus Super
55.
Series, have only ever played each other once.
Really?
Only once
Oh,
in
wow.
2018. challenge to a match. So they don't have a great deal of experience of playing each other.
No. Well, that can make a difference as well, because, you know, you learn from every game and each player that you play.
Is there someone that you
60.
didn't play a great
Game
deal
you
or
require
at all
142.
that you wished you had?
I can't recall, really. I think I've played just about everybody.
62.
I never got a crack at Eric. Or Jockey.
Two very different characters.
123. Jamie require 80.
Well, this is the cricket stump shot. Straight down the middle.
Game shot on
There
the
you go.
second leg. Jamie
Middle
Hughes.
stump.
The game stands at 1 apiece.
Third leg, it's Colin to throw first. Game on.
All going to throw at the moment.
$100.
I think it's the kind of game that we should expect from these two. High 80s averages. But someone's got to kick for home. And neither of them are going home after this.
140.
Just a little bit too far from home, Portsmouth, for these guys.
A great 140 there by Colin.
Just imagine if Osborne was to be successful this week. He would join
86.
Jeff Smith in Champions Week with a third weekly title. And that would put him in a very exclusive bracket. Up there with the likes of Scott Taylor.
140.
Winning 3 times. He's coming later in the week. Jimmy Van Schie, he won 3 times last year. Steve West won 4 times the previous year.
140.
And there are people out there who haven't even won one of these.
Yeah, 1-2-1 then. Treble 17 is the shot. So all he can do
97.
is
Game
leave it
135.
nicely on 24. Chance for Hughes to take out 135. Well, misses the 25 or the bullseye by some distance.
55. Colin, you require 24.
You don't think he's going to miss? Oh, but that's hard. It's got to be high. At least now he's got an open target.
12. Jamie, you require 80.
Can't be found. So an opportunity now for Hughes to break the throw.
With the same shot.
Oh, that's close to the treble. But can he find tops? He
Game's
can.
on the third leg.
Recovers well.
Jamie
Composes himself. Takes out the shot. Leads the
Fourth leg,
match
it's
by
Jamie
2 legs to
throw
1.
first.
Yeah, a couple
Game.
of corkers. If you offered him 480 checkouts, he'd take your hand off right now.
$60.
You could see on 80 checkouts, he's playing a Peaky Blinder. Right area of the country, isn't it?
It is.
83.
All filmed up there.
I can see Jamie Hughes in a flat cap.
140.
Do you think he'd play like a gangster kind of?
Yeah, friendly one. He hasn't got a nasty bone in his body.
Yeah.
He'd give you the hat off his head. He'd give you the shirt off his back if he could. Honestly, he's one of the
85.
friendliest people around.
He could look hard, couldn't he? But when he spoke, then you'd think, oh,
That's
really?
exactly what he's like.
68.
I suppose if we're talking about stereotypes, if you saw him at a Millwall game against West Ham, you'd think, oh, okay, that fits. But he's not like that.
Not at all.
Don't get me wrong, I don't think you're going to see Jamie Hughes at the Chelsea Flower Show. But in darting circles, he's got a lot of friends. And that is purely because he's such a lovely fella.
Yes, he's got a great character. Leaves himself on 170 there. So Colin looking to pressurise the shot, even though it'd be a big one.
100. Jamie require 170.
Well, Osborne took out the 170 earlier, amongst other things.
That's way off the target.
43. Colin, you require 133.
Colin hasn't got the memo on 133. He's going old school. Add it to your collection, Colin.
125.
Not quite this time.
Jamie, you require 127.
So a chance here for Hughes to go 3-1 up.
It's all about the game and how you play it. And it could have been 127 in game.
Colin, you require 8.
Now you feel that Colin will take this out. It's a double 4 to level the match at 2 apiece. Takes it out with his first start and does indeed level the match. 2-2.
Fifth leg, it's Colin to throw first. Game on.
That, of course, was a breaker throw.
That reminds me of one of the funniest things that's ever happened in the sport.
100.
I do believe it was at the Championship League, which Colin Osborne did win. But we had a great referee calling a game with Colin Lloyd. And he said, game shot in the 4th Lloyd. Colin Legg. One of the ultimate moments.
It happens. It happens.
100.
It only ever comes up via Mark Webster because he mentions it to Lloydie pretty much every time he sees him.
Well, I would imagine he would. He's a wind-up merchant as well. Great maximum there. Jamie Hughes.
Yeah, rack him up, Jamie. Rack him up. We didn't get a great deal at the start of play today, but since around game number 10, the ratio of 180s per game has gone drastically up.
Yeah, they must have heard you talking about it.
95.
Yeah, I just fed them a report card under the practice room, practice door.
Must do better.
Yep, you've got a D-. Since then, I'd give them an A-.
104. Jamie, 141.
Yeah, sensible stuff from Colin. Big shots on. 45. Just a little bit shy.
100. Colin, you're 77.
77 for Colin.
This was hit by a famous John.
$37.
Not this time.
Jamie, you require 41.
Hughes for the lead. This game is super tight. The tighter it is, the better it is for Stephen Johnston. Oh boy. Really lost the line there.
40.
Went from one side of the double 16 to way over the other side, overcompensated. And a chance for Colin to take this leg for a holder throw. 10s now.
20.
They're
Jamie
both
require
missing. Maybe
16.
a sign of fatigue. Hughes gets a chance to put it right.
Game
Works
shot
his
number
way in
50.
perfectly.
Jamie Hughes.
That is a big break of throw.
Sick
But
flag, it's
only
Jamie to throw
if he can
first.
use it.
Yeah, only if
Game
he
on.
can convert his own leg. Be looking to get off to a good start.
81.
Well, only picks off one treble.
If Osborne does go on to lose this game, if he's trying to figure out what's going wrong in this group, it's quite
60.
easy to figure it out. Starting the day well, putting wins together, but by the end of the schedule, he seems to tail off a little bit.
100.
Average-wise, not as much today as yesterday. And he can't really hold him accountable against Jack Tweddle. He was hit hard by ridiculous finishing.
59.
But if you lose your last match both days on Monday and Tuesday, you have to ask yourself a pretty stern question of why.
140.
And the answer is probably fatigue.
Most of the time it is.
You put a maximum in.
140.
The margins here are very tight. But Yozza Hughes is staring at 4-2.
140.
Which would guarantee the top spot overnight.
Yeah, moves goes to the side. Make sure he doesn't get a deflection and bust his score. So he'll be coming back for tops.
140.
Yeah, and it very much looks like Osborne is going to be coming back tomorrow with an 8-point deficit between himself and the top spot. Is that the case?
Game
It is the
shot
case.
and the match. Jamie
Osborne has done a
Hughes.
lot of great work over the last couple of days. And today has been better than yesterday, so that's a positive for him. 3 wins from 5. But Jamie Hughes is going to be on 18 points from a possible 20. Only one game he has lost all day long, but he hasn't lost this one. He's won by 4 legs to 2, and we've only got one more thing to do. Let's have a chat about it.
Double 10. And Scotland's off to the perfect start.
Look at the head there for Jimmy Vansky, and Burnett steps out, and Richie Burnett does find double 10, and it is a 4-3 victory.
60 to complete a 4-1 success. Third time into the chart, and the Netherlands are into the semi-finals. History is in the making, because for the first time ever, there will be a paired 9-dart shootout. Well, this is the loudest I think I've ever heard the live now. Steve Brent is embracing it. Well, that might well be the biggest cheer we see tonight. And kicks off for maximum. And I suppose the one advantage of... Well, that is absolutely incredible. Scott Campbell in a 9-dart shootout has found 2 180s. So Scotland and Belgium are into the semi-finals. The Republic of Ireland head for home. The Netherlands are into the final. Much to the delight of this packed-out Portland.
And he only needed one more. It is Wales that is through to the final.
And it's double Dutch delight. The The Netherlands are the inaugural international pairs champions.
Only one winner. It's the Netherlands!
Yes, there's how you can join us on a Saturday night for any type of darts that we do on a Saturday night here, whether it's Women's Week, whether it's International Pairs, any sort of specials week that we have, and of course the regulation Modus Super Series qualification weeks. So scan that QR code or go to dartshop.tv and find your way to 19 London Road in Portsmouth for all of the darting action. It has been a brilliant day so far, and unfortunately, it's over as far as the live darts is concerned. These were our last 6 matches. We saw Jack Tweddle on the end of a thunderous display from Stephen Johnston. Kent Sivertson, he had a really good day today, really improved when it came to his mentality and to his output, but unfortunately he lost out to Bradley Roos, who had a 4-0 victory himself. Osborne and Hughes went toe-to-toe in the last game, and as far as Osborne is concerned in the table, he's in a bit of trouble. 10 points and is 8 points behind in the top 3. Stevie Johnston in the middle of the sandwich there, but Jamie Hughes, Trina Gulliver, he's had a good day today because he kept his lead.
He did, and yeah, he'll be happy with keeping that lead today. It's been a brilliant day of darts, and there's been some tops, especially towards the second half of the day. There's been some great darts.
This is one of the finishes that we saw earlier from Jamie against Bradley Roos. When we were seeing things like this, we were at that point thinking, is anybody going to beat him? But he was beaten, but it didn't last long.
No, it didn't. But yeah, he took that one hit and moved on. And just the next game, he got his game back into the flow and was on his way.
Is it easy for us to sit here and say that Jamie's just got to do what he's been doing to figure out how to win this group and have a couple of days off? Is it that simple?
I think so. Well, you say that. You know, he's had a steady day. Wasn't as good as yesterday. His averages weren't as good, but he's managed to find the way to win today, and he's done a great job.
He has done a great job. I don't think we should take anything away from Jamie whatsoever. But the fact is, I think the headlines, if we were going to write them, they would maybe be about the person who was chasing him after that in Stevie Johnston. That incredible game with Jack Tweddle, where Jack was standing back as if to say, what are you going to hit me with next? Shots like 129 on 6-6, which we're just about to see here. And the reaction was just as good as the shot.
Yeah, it's a super shot, super darts from Johnston. And yeah, Jack must have been thinking, what's hit me? You know, what have I done wrong here? But yeah, 4-0 victory there.
Yeah, it's not really about whether Jack had done anything wrong. It was all about the inward emotion coming out for Stevie J, because when he won that match, he would react once again. And it's just a sample of the kind of dart player that he is. Yeah,
you know, you get Jack's a very different temperament. So, you know, he won't punch the air when he hits a good score. But, you know, Stevie's a bit different. So, but does that and that's fine. That's fine.
Stevie Johnston was brilliant, and he did have some great finishes, but they weren't as good as Colin Osborne's, were they? Now you called it in. He started with a 140 checkout against Sivertson, and you thought at this point, ooh, tops, that's quite good. But it was just about to get even better than this.
Yeah, a superb finish there. Wasn't expecting the tops, but he took it out, and then he takes out the big fish, the 170, just takes his time and eyes it up and smacks it in the middle of the ball.
Yeah, great shot. Osborne was doing great things all game long. And poor old Kent. He was on the receiving end of all of this. 3-ton-plus finishes in a game that consisted of 4 legs. That is quite some effort, isn't it?
It's a fantastic effort, yeah. And Kent was on the receiving end of it, and it was just like, wow, I can't do anything about that.
Jack Tweddle, when we were sitting here at about 9:30 on Monday morning, was second favourite for the week. He finds himself in the bottom 3, and he's not going to win this group. How do you think he's feeling after the first couple of days?
He'll be a little bit disappointed with himself, you know, especially coming into this. He's been on good form, but he really hasn't found it here. But But it's not all over. You know, even he's fighting now to see which group he lands in. It's likely to be C. But, you know, we'll see. And then, you know, we've got Thursday and Friday. There's nothing to say that he can't make Saturday night.
Bradley Roos has had a bit of a funny day. He lost his first 4 matches, but was able to win convincingly with his last one. Does he leave with his tail up, or maybe is his tail between his legs a little bit?
No, I think he can take some positives from today, because his scoring, his 180 scoring was really good, and at times his finishing was great as well. Later on in the day again, so I think he can take some real good positives from today.
Well, give us our memory of the day then, because there have been plenty of highlights. What's the one thing that you're going to take out of Tuesday?
Well, I think the 140 and the 170 from Colin Osborne's got to be the ones that, because they were straight after one another as well, you know, after each leg. So I think that's going to take some beating.
Yeah, you might be right. I think tomorrow's got a lot to live up to, that's for sure. But we've got a lot to live up to when it comes to post our show. So we're going to give you some guns. We're going to give you this one in particular in Tommy Morris. He's going to be the Tungsten Talk after the live darts today, and he's got plenty to say about where he started his career in Dorset and where he'd like to go from here. We're going to have a bit of fun from 3:30 with Steve Beaton and Richie Burnett swapping darts. I think you can see from Richie's face there that you know how it went, and Steve Beaton's always smiling, as you can see. That's from 3:30. Tomorrow we've got Group A, session number 3. Colin Osborne will look to do the almost impossible. And when it comes to Saturday night from 7:30, we've got our Week 2 finals night live on Pluto TV. So it's Tommy Morris next. But as far as we're concerned, we've had a lot of fun over the last 15 games. We thoroughly enjoyed it so much that we're going to go and have a rest now. So when it comes down to the end of this one, it's all about Jamie Hughes. Yozza has got the lead.
What a finish! What a man!
The drum roll finishes, and the target is.
And that was it! And it comes on finals night, and it's another Dirty Harrison! Van Velzen!
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yes. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receiving the trophy, £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison!
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor.
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Luke Littler.